morning. I'm now going to call the September 12th, 2023 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting and Fire Protection District meeting to order. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land we call home. There are communities in San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of the community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States. More cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Guiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuillay. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Chairwoman Vargas.
We will now have Reverend Matt Nault of Renew San Diego deliver the invocation. Following the invocation is Edward Bauer will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. And so please, I ask that you please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Gracious God, as this Board of Supervisors begins another day of work, we look to you, the source of all wisdom and truth, the fountain of justice and care for all your people. We thank you for the gift of living in San Diego, a beautiful city, glorious in its diversity, creativity, commerce, arts, educational institutions, and innovative businesses. Its natural beauty is staggering, as every ocean wave upon every beach proclaims your steadfast power. Every sunset declares you are the ultimate artist. And we come before you on behalf of the needs of San Diego, filled with people who are hurting and looking for help. As many of us woke up in comfortable beds this morning, we remember our neighbors who woke up on the streets, in stoops, or in vehicles. As we celebrate your provision and prosperity in many areas, we also remember thousands of people who are wondering where their next meal, next rent check, or any relief will appear. As these supervisors seek to have wholehearted discourse and make clear-minded decisions, we think about our neighbors who suffer from mental illness and addiction, who have neither the luxury of healthy conversation nor the capacity for clear thinking. God, have mercy and give us your help. There are difficult and complex decisions to be made that will affect many people. Grant your guidance. There are a diversity of perspectives and viewpoints to hear and consider. Grant humility. There is great power seated in this chamber to steward and guide the resources of San Diego County. Grant your wisdom. We ask all these things with great hope, remembering that you always care for us, even when we aren't thinking about you. You are the steadfast one, the faithful one, the true ruler of every land, whose rule is marked by peace, justice, and flourishing for all. So we invite you this morning to lead us, to lead all the people of San Diego into a future that is brighter, fuller, and more flourishing than anyone could ask or imagine. Help us to live into that glorious future through the discourse and decisions that are made today and every day in this chamber. We ask all this for our good and for your glory. In your name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer, and thank you, Reverend Nault. We're now going to proceed with the proclamations and award, and I'll be presenting the first proclamation honoring Hispanic Heritage Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Ms. Ramirez. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Very proud today to recognize the local contributions and uplift Hispanic Heritage Month. And as you know, today, this week marks Hispanic Heritage Month in the U.S. It's celebrated between September 15th and October 15th every year to honor the achievements of Hispanic leaders and organizations. And this is important because as a community, we still have a lot of work to do, and parity is something that we're all fighting for. Case in point, took 200 years for me to become the first Latina supervisor in the county of San Diego, in a county that is right on the border with a large population of Latinos. And so it's very important to me that we celebrate this month, that we honor this month to ensure that we highlight the contributions of our Latino, Chicano, Hispanic community in not only the region, but in the country. And it's really, really important to me to do that. And so today, I am going to be honoring and having the opportunity to highlight one of the organizations that has been a pillar in our community, and that's the Chicano Federation. They do fantastic work, and they started as a movement to really, as advocates, to ensure that we had our place at the table and that we, break down those doors and those barriers so that our communities can move forward. And they have now transformed into continue doing that work, but also a very sophisticated organization that understands the power of community building, understands the power of our communities having access to housing, our communities having access to childcare, our communities having access to good health, right, and food that is available for all of our children, youth, families, and community in the county and beyond. And they not only serve Latinos or Hispanos, but they serve our community in general because everyone's impacted. And so they have a history of standing on behalf of our communities, and I have a special place in their heart in my heart for the Chicano Federation, not only because it was one of the first organizations that I worked with when I started off as an organizer 20-something years ago, but also I did their Leadership Institute program that just recently launched again, and I really feel like that Leadership Institute helped me launch my really different perspective of who we are as a county and still the work that needs to happen in San Diego County for our communities to be able to move forward. And so I'll let Lise tell you more about all the great work that they do. But I work for all of them. Pero muy importante, el mes de la herencia hispana se celebra entre el 15 y el 14 de septiembre y el 15 de octubre. Y es importante porque creo yo que ahora más que nunca tenemos que elevar los logros de no solamente nuestros líderes hispanos, chicanos, latinos, pero de las comunidades habla hispanas y el trabajo que hacemos en esta comunidad, el impacto que tenemos en esta región. Es sumamente importante para mí ahora reconocer a una organización como Chicano Federation, que empezó su abogacía en la comunidad hace muchas décadas, pero más que nada ahora son una organización que en realidad se dedica a elevar a las comunidades y sirven como un pilar de la comunidad para que la comunidad salga adelante. Y no solamente eso, están ayudando a las comunidades en general porque sabemos nosotros lo importante que eso es. Así que con eso, I absolutely love all the work that all of you are doing, and I am grateful for what you do. And so today, I also want to just invite everybody to come to our Hispanic Heritage Month celebration at the county today at 5:30. It's a shameless plug from me for all of you. We're really excited about it. But with that, it is my honor to proclaim on behalf of our board today, September 12th, as commending the Chicano Federation for its outstanding service, leadership, dedication, and commitment to the county residents, and do hereby declare this day to be Chicano Federation Day throughout San Diego County. So, there you go. Felicidades.
Buenos dias, everyone. My name is Liz Ramirez. I'm the CEO of Chicano Federation, and it's an honor to be here today with you. Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm so excited. Like Chairwoman mentioned, we started 54 years ago. We're celebrating our 54th year this month, and we started in the middle of the Chicano movement when our communities were under attack. And while times have changed, our commitment to families remains the same. So I'm really, really excited. This year, our team has been working really hard, connecting with leaders, communities, and launching a strategic plan. At the end of the month, we'll be unveiling our strategic plan with the community, and we're really excited because it mirrors the needs in our community, it mirrors the priorities of the county, where we will be focusing on affordable housing, on childcare, childhood education, on advocacy, as well as workforce development. So I'm really excited. We don't do this work alone. It takes a village, it takes a community, it takes partnerships, like the amazing partnerships that we have with the county. So we're really excited to continue this work so that we continue to serve more than 50,000 families each year and make sure that we help make a healthier and brighter San Diego County. So thank you so much for the recognition, and thank you so much for having us here today. This is an honor.
Gracias. The next proclamation is going to be given by myself and Vice Chair Lawson Remer, and we're honoring Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and accepting the proclamation will be Dr. William Roberts. Vice Chair.
Today, I join Chairwoman Vargas and members of Rady Children's Hospital to highlight Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. This month provides an opportunity to educate the public about childhood cancer and the unique challenges it poses. Continued research is essential to improve the diagnosis and treatment of childhood cancer. San Diego is home to some of the best healthcare and research institutions, such as the Moores Cancer Center at UC San Diego and Rady Children's Hospital, who we have here with us today. These institutions play a key role in providing specialized care and advancing research for childhood cancer. Rady Children's Hospital has earned a reputation as a leading institution in pediatric healthcare, particularly in the field of childhood cancer. They are dedicated to providing the highest quality care to young cancer patients. Rady Children's offers a range of services for children with cancer, including advanced treatment options and supportive care programs. Their approach ensures that young patients receive holistic and personalized care. The impact of Rady Children's Hospital works on childhood cancer extends far beyond medical treatment. They provide comfort, hope, and a sense of community to young patients and their families during one of the most challenging times. Rady Children's is dedicated to the care, treatment, and research of childhood cancer, and it is nothing short of remarkable. The holistic approach, commitment to innovation, and advocacy efforts are making a profound difference in the lives of children and families affected by cancer, not only in San Diego, but also in the broader medical community. We commend their exceptional work and look forward to continued progress in the fight against childhood cancer. I now welcome my colleague, Chairwoman Nora Vargas.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm really proud to be your partner in this process in recognizing this month as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. throughout San Diego County. September is honored as Child Care Awareness Month to honor children and survivors affected by pediatric cancer and to raise awareness to the continuation of research and treatment of pediatric cancer. Cancer continues to be the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and ages of 14. And this tragic disease is detected in over 16,000 of our county's young people every year. 43 children in the U.S. are diagnosed with cancer every day, and 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses their battle with cancer. Many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. To honor the significance of this Awareness Month, I am excited to be joined here by Dr. Roberts from the Rady Children Peckman Center for Cancer and Blood Disorders. And the Rady Children Peckman Center conducts robust clinical research to find new treatments and cures cared for 300 new diagnosed children with cancer this past year, including more than 16,800 outpatient visits and 7,500 inpatient visits. I share all of this because I think it's really important that we remember that taking care and providing support for our kids with this terrible disease is one of the most loving things that we can do. I also really appreciate the affordability component and what Rady's does to make sure that it doesn't matter where you live, they will make sure that they figure out a way to help you during this really difficult time. So in the month of September, we thank and honor the families, friends, medical professionals, communities, and support systems for their continued support and commitment to the patients of pediatric cancer and their families. And with that, be it proclaimed by myself and my colleagues on this 12th day of September that they commend Rady Children's Hospital San Diego for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be Childhood Cancer Awareness Month throughout San Diego County. Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Thank you for being here and for everything that you're doing.
Chairwoman and Board of Supervisors and guests, thank you very much for the invitation to be here and for helping to raise awareness about childhood cancer. As probably most of you know, Rady Children's Hospital is the only children's hospital for our region, and so we hold the trust of the community, and we take that very seriously. We treat a very large number of newly diagnosed children, adolescents, and young adults who have cancer. And I know that that goes beyond just the patients. It also has a tremendous impact on the rest of the family, and so we also provide services to the whole family. The story of childhood cancer over the past several decades has really been successful. We have now over 80% of these patients who have been diagnosed as having cancer become long-term survivors, and that's really been terrific. But if you pay attention to the math, that means that also almost 20% of those people are not surviving. So there's still a lot of work to do. And the other part of it is that the treatment is very difficult. It impacts the whole family, but it mostly impacts the patient. And some of that is short-term side effects at the time, and some of it are long-term sequelae that are carried out throughout life. So we work very hard to create better understanding that allows us to create better treatments that are not only more effective, but that will have lower toxicity on the patients who are receiving the treatment. The work involves clinical care, it involves research, it involves teaching the next generation, but very importantly, it also includes advocacy, raising awareness about what we are doing, raising awareness about what needs to be done, and engaging our whole community in this fight. And so this proclamation is very meaningful to us because it does contribute very significantly to our advocacy work. So again, thank you very much. This is a big honor, and we are extremely grateful.
And our next proclamation be given by Vice Chair Lawson Remer honoring the San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council. Accepting the proclamation will be Des Martinez and Serena Lynn.
Today, I'm honored to recognize the San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council, or LPC. I'd like to introduce you to the members we are honoring today: Serena Lynn, Miriam Algori, Jen Stewart, Des Martinez, Rita Paulette, and Noemi Salas. As a working single mother, me and every other parent know the challenges of balancing work and caring for your kid. When I was elected to the board in 2020, I was faced with what seems to be one of the hardest challenges these days: finding childcare that could meet our needs. I searched high and low for a center and discovered one spot available on Tuesdays and Thursdays. What about the other 3 days of the week? It ended up taking me about another 6 months and separate childcare to fill up the remainder of my workdays with coverage. This is a common challenge faced by working parents across our region. The lack of slots available at childcare facilities with wait lists up to 2 years long is a story that's now, unfortunately, more common than not. So I am proud to say that here at the county, we are putting working families first in partnership with childcare facilities by addressing the difficulties in finding quality, affordable childcare. By working with partners like LPC, whose board has parents, providers, community representatives, public agencies, and others who collaborate together to address our child care crisis, our county was able to review our county child care system to develop a new child care blueprint. Thank you so much to your work and this work of supportive parents across our regions through the leadership of LPC. Your expertise with number crunching, conducted by Desiree Martinez, was very important to the creation of our child care blueprint. Thank you for playing such a vital role in the blueprint and advancing the work to address our child care crisis in our region. So the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those individuals and organizations that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and the San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council is one such organization. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that we commend the San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council for your outstanding commitment to the well-being of area residents, and hereby declare the 12th day of September 2023 to be San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council Day throughout San Diego County.
Good morning. Wow, what an honor. I'm Desiree Martinez, and I work for the San Diego County Office of Education. I serve as a coordinator for the San Diego County Child Care and Development Local Planning Council, known as LPC. I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Chair Nora Vargas, Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, and the San Diego County Board of Supervisors for recognizing the outstanding efforts of the LPC here in San Diego County. The LPC is comprised of about 40 members: child care providers, those offering child care services, parents, those receiving child care services, as well as public agencies and community representatives. With me here today are Serena Lynn. She works in the field and she's a parent. She's serving as the LPC chair. We also have Miriam Algori. She's a family child care home provider, and Jennifer Stewart, a center-based child care provider, as well as two of our directors, an executive director and director in the early education department at the San Diego County Office of Education, Rita Paulette and Noemi Salas. This proclamation highlights the dedicated work of LPC members who strive to enhance the county's early learning and care system. The commitment to ensure equitable access to quality early learning and care services for every family across San Diego County is commendable. We want to emphasize the crucial alignment between LPC goals, the county's child care blueprint, and San Diego County Office of Education's North Star. These efforts focus on reducing poverty and increasing access to early learning and care services. On that note, I'm going to briefly turn it over to Serena Lin, our LPC chair.
So I want to thank again Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Thank you. It was lovely to see you. I don't know where Chair Vargas is. She's all the way in the back. Okay. We saw her yesterday at the press conference. That was wonderful. And Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond, thank you for having us here today and hearing us and hearing our voices. Our county's child care crisis is directly tied to a dwindling child care workforce. Under the current system, parents are unable to afford high child care costs while child care providers operate on razor-thin margins and slim profits. As noted in the San Diego County Child Care Blueprint, nearly half of child care providers are Hispanic Latina women, and they earn a median annual income of $22,000. And this is an opportunity for change. I think specifically highlighted, it is Hispanic Heritage Month, following the honoring of the Chicano Federation and your work. So I just want to highlight that as a moment and a need for change in San Diego County. High quality early care and education is expensive. Parents can't afford to pay, and the workforce honestly cannot afford to stay. To combat poverty and broaden access, we fully support child care professionals. I said it, child care professionals. We play a vital role in our community's well-being. The San Diego County Child Care Blueprint underscores the opportune moment to reform the local child care system, considering the diverse needs of San Diego families in all early learning and care settings, private or subsidized, center-based or family child care homes. As the Director of Community Engagement for Educational Enrichment Systems, a nonprofit child development agency serving 1,000 low-income infants, toddlers, and preschool-age children throughout San Diego County, and as a mother to a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old, 6-year-old daughter, 3-year-old boy, Raina and Rory, they're amazing, I recognize firsthand the importance of high-quality early learning and childcare. Access to such care not only empowers parents like myself to pursue our careers and financial stability, but also fosters social development in children, preparing them for success in academic success and the future beyond. The long-term benefits of inclusive, high-quality early learning and care are well documented, positively impacting children, parents, and the overall economy of San Diego County and California and our nation. Thank you.
Very briefly, we want to go on to say that we're grateful to the San Diego County Office of Education under the leadership of Dr. Paul Gothold, who allows us to hold and implement the LPC contract. And we extend our deepest appreciation and thankfulness to Chair Nora Vargas, Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, and all who supported moving forward the Child Care Blueprint. Thank you again for recognizing the outstanding efforts of LPC here in San Diego County. Let us join forces to prioritize the well-being of our children, families, and the overall child care workforce. We can decrease poverty by enhancing access to early learning and care services. Thank you.
Easy. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Anderson honoring National Preparedness Month And accepting the proclamation will be Michael Walsh and Jeff Tony.
How you doing? I know, this is awesome. For nearly 20 years, National Preparedness Month has been recognized by the federal government as a time to raise awareness about preparedness for natural disasters and other emergencies. And I can tell you firsthand, representing the 2nd District, we know this only too well. This is also a time to celebrate organizations such as Team Rubicon that provide education and resources to communities affected by natural disasters and emergencies. Last September, Team Rubicon was instrumental in the effort to provide relief to many of my constituents who were affected by the Border 32 wildfire. They worked alongside many other nonprofits and government agencies such as CAL FIRE, the American Red Cross, and the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, who all coordinated in tandem to provide relief and to remove 25,000 cubic feet of debris. More than 100 regional emergency response agencies were involved in the relief effort, and I cannot thank them enough. For my constituents, this was a manna from heaven. It was wonderful. And I'd like to give special thank you to our OES director, Jeff Tony, and his team, and the dedicated Team Rubicon volunteers. And therefore, I'd like to present them all with this proclamation, and it's proclaimed by Chairman Nora Vargas and all the members of the County Board of Supervisors. We hereby do proclaim the month of September 2023 is National Preparedness Month, and this 12th day of September is Team Rubicon Day throughout San Diego County. Michael, if you'd like to say a word? Yes, sir. Absolutely, and I'll hold this until you're ready to take possession.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Thank you to the Board of the San Diego Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Walsh, and I represent the 2,500 Team Rubicon volunteers in the San Diego Metro. Our volunteers number 170,000 nationally. At Team Rubicon, we call ourselves Gray Shirts. We appreciate the recognition of the board and the great partnership of Cal OES through this response. When we were asked to help the citizens of Potrero, Team Rubicon responded. We deployed to Potrero Community Center and used heavy equipment, chainsaw teams, and general responders, supporting 11 families in the community. The Gray Shirts in attendance today are a few of the 35 Gray Shirts that responded. My message for you today, for the supervisors, is please let us help. Let us respond, because we are here to serve. Our team is working on fire mitigation, fire response, and fire recovery all over the county, working with local fire departments, helping with fire mitigation. We participate in the smoke detector distributions, CERT training, earthquake preparedness events. Our Gray Shirts are responding to floods, tarping on roofs, mucking out homes. If you saw what happened in Cathedral City, where we dug out over 3 feet of mud from people's homes just a few weeks ago from Tropical Cyclone Hillary. Our Gray Shirts are well trained and deploy locally, nationally, and internationally. And I have a few members of our team here today. Just want to share with them. You can get a sense for what Team Rubicon is about. John is a retired veteran. He's a CB. Victor is what we call a kick-ass civilian. Oh, I'm sorry, there he is. Dan, our photographer, just left active duty as a Marine officer. And I have one other person I want to talk about, Lorena. Lorena Brecker has over 100 operations nationally and internationally with Team Rubicon. She has been with Team Rubicon for over 11 years and is also a heavy equipment operator. Thank you for the opportunity for us to share what we did in Potrero. We'd love to do this in all the communities in San Diego County. This is what we do. Thank you.
Well, let's go back here for a quick photo. I mean, here, the bottom just on the It's not a team, but.
All right. The next proclamation, a final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond honoring vets beyond the uniform. Accepting the proclamation will be Command Master Chief, U.S. Navy retired Paul Cebolani.
Good morning. All right, well, good morning. It is my great honor as a Navy veteran myself to introduce our special guests who are the co-founders of a nonprofit called Vets Beyond the Uniform. Paul Ciavani, he's a U.S. Navy commander, retired, and senior advisor and coach is Mally Messina. And so I'd like to welcome them. Thank you for being here with us this morning. You know, in the country, there's over 290,000 unemployed veterans. And it's difficult sometimes for veterans entering the workforce after bravely serving our country. Even after obtaining a job, it can be hard to stay in that job beyond the first year of employment due to missing skills and transition challenges, hindering a successful transition into civilian employment. I know I went through that when I got out of the military. It was a whole different world. Being in the military I was only there 4 years, but coming back to civilian life, it's a big transition. But Vets Beyond the Uniform was established to fill in the gap, to reduce the high numbers of veterans unemployed by successful transformation of military veterans into the civilian workforce as employers, employees, and even entrepreneurs. So Vets Beyond Uniform provides over 250 workshops and certification schedules, including specialized assessments, one-on-one coaching and mentoring to military veterans and also to military spouses at no cost. They also provide training support to veterans organizations, such as the Veterans Association of North County, the Rosie Network, and the Women's Veterans Alliance. Additionally, Vets Beyond the Uniform coaches and mentors employers about their creation of creating veteran-friendly organizations for veterans transitioning from military to civilian life. So I want to personally thank you for assisting our veterans and their spouses back into prosperous life, into the civilian world. So the County of San Diego, we are committed to recognizing organizations who embody the noblest ideas of the community. And Vets Beyond the Uniform is one of those great worthy organizations. So therefore, be it proclaimed by myself, Chair Vargas, and all the members of the County Board of Supervisors, today, this 12th day of September 2023, that we recognize Vets Beyond the Uniform for guiding veterans and their spouses into successful, lasting careers. And hopefully many, many of them stay here in San Diego County. The great disciplined workforce, and hope we can help them afford housing. That would be wonderful, but that's on us for right now. But we want to commend Vets Beyond the Uniform for providing that training support to other veterans, and we hereby declare September, the whole month, to be Vets Beyond Uniform Month throughout San Diego County. So I want to say thank you very much, and Paul, say a few words. Here, I'll hand this to you. We can hold it for the...
You pretty much copied my entire speech here.
I took all your notes? Hey, you got to go first. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Desmond, the Board of Supervisors, for everyone that has made this possible for us. We're extremely grateful and very humbled by this recognition. As the supervisor says there were 290,000 unemployed veterans in the United States last December. Way too many. San Diego has some of the highest levels of unemployment for veterans in the state, roughly about 6.5%. We wanted to try something to reduce those numbers. We kind of do things a little bit differently at Vets Beyond Uniform. Instead of focusing on the simple transition of veterans from the military to the civilian workforce, we focus on reducing unemployment through the transformation process. We work with them to help them become successful, whether it be employers, employees, or entrepreneurs. In fact, VETS in our name stands for Veterans Educational Transformation Solutions. First, we work with veterans in active duty to assess their strengths and skills. One key point there is we get to work with active duty long before they even come out of the military. So we're already working with them to help the transformation. We create training programs specialized for each participant from our 250 workshops. We do this to build upon their core military skills. And then we help them to understand the culture differences between the military and the civilian workshop, because trust me, the culture differences are one of the reasons that veterans leave the civilian workforce. Secondly, as the supervisor said, we provide the same services to military spouses, because we know they've made significant career sacrifices as they follow their spouse from duty station to duty station. And they deserve the same type of support as our veterans. Our services, as he said, are provided at no cost. We believe that participants shouldn't have to worry about paying for training while they're worried about paying for food, clothing, and housing. Lastly, we coach and mentor employers to work on that culture mismatch that I talked about, and as well as creating a veteran-friendly organization so that they can bring these veterans in. I'm going to ask our co-founder, Mally Mancia, one of the co-founders, who is the main reason for the success of our program. Also up here before Mally comes up, we have Bill Lober, his wife Suzanne, and my wife Allison, who drives me every day to make this successful. So here's Mally.
Thank you, Paul. Since our inception, we've had the privilege of serving over 1,000 participants. And this year alone, we have worked with over 300 veterans and military spouses. Currently, we have over approximately 400 participants waiting to enter our program. What sets us apart is our inclusivity. Unlike typical transition organizations, our participants encompass active duty, National Guard, reserves, veterans, retirees, and military spouses. Our veteran population represents every branch of service, and we work with junior enlisted to senior officers. 62% of our participants are veterans, and 38% are military spouses. 41% are male, 58% are female, and 1% other. And 100% of our participants find our program to be a valuable resource to them. On behalf of Vets Beyond the Uniform, Paul and I would like to thank you for your recognition of our efforts. It means the world to us, and we're committed to continuing our mission of supporting those who have served our country. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for doing it. Thanks for stepping up. Can you get a picture of that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you very much. You want to use these on the next one? Yeah,
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for everyone who came today. We will now proceed with non-agenda public communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. And as a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. You've all been amazing thus far, so appreciate you. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of non-agenda public communications will be heard at the close of today's meeting. Clerk, could you call the speakers, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 16 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 5 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Alan C., Jana T., Bryant, speaker slip with the name Round, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Potter. My name's Alan C. I'd like to talk about Harborside Park down in Chula Vista, Oxford Street, next to the Health and Human Services building, which I've discussed before. Harborside Park has been closed over a year. It serves blocks of apartments. There's a Harborside Elementary School right behind it. But the worst is right next door is Health and Inhumane Services Center, which I call that because right behind that, there are homeless tents. The reason why Harborside was closed, let me go back in time here. About 2 years ago, the city took out all the swing sets, all the playground was taken out because of syringes and the homeless tents in the park. About a year ago, they had to fence it off. It's gotten so out of hand. Why are the homeless down there? Because the health services provides a service, medical cards, Adderall, all these programs, free services. So naturally, people in need are going to camp out down there. I drove down there this morning. The tents are not on the parking lot Health and Human Service Center. They're not in the fenced-in parking lot. They're literally across the street next to the trolley tracks. So you actually created a hazard for the people living in them tents down there by getting rid of the medical marijuana shops, because right up the street, not 1, but 2 marijuana shops within a block of that services. Inhumane. Many people spoke a year ago about when they talked about closing the park. The one that really caught me was a high school student who was the president of that school. He reminiscent back when he's a child, as a toddler, he remembered the swing sets. But he actually said, yes, please, close the park because it is unsafe to when I have kids. But I call and invite Chair Vargas and Health Services, please, at minimal tonight, we have a meeting at Chula Vista City Council. Grandparents, parents will be down there. I ask you to attend. This Saturday, we're going to have a rally down at that park, 8:30. Please, if you care about equity, about the people of your community, please attend. I yield back.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Bryant Rumbaugh. Good to see everybody. So the last time I was in here, I will say I almost got heated. Not my intention. I did actually look at the video, and I do not owe you an apology. As I am up here today speaking, what I would ask is just allow me to try to get my thoughts out. I've really been trying to, get an important message out for quite a long time. Really what this country needs, what our species needs is leadership at this point. And I understand that, you guys as politicians, to be quite, your job is it's all about money, as I've heard certainly, members of your board say. Funding this, funding that. Really, that's all you guys are is at this point, funding facilitators. And, honestly, I do believe that we need to find a better way. It does not take too much to realize that, for lack of a better term, there's a lot of corrupt individuals. We live in a morally bankrupt society in many ways. Through those proclamations, I will say, I do fundamentally believe that humanity is good. But ultimately, I'm not interested in watching, some sort of a, cold civil war going on inside of my country. And with what's going on, with what's about to pop off, I see we got a couple mask wearers, all that type stuff. I mean, the people that I've talked to over the course of the last couple years, you know, when it comes to the injection, there's a lot of one and dones out there. And so, you know, I don't know what the plan is at this point to deal with them, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that don't comply. So as I'm speaking today, just allow me to try to get my thoughts out. I just want to see improvement, okay, for everybody. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jana, and 3 months ago, I stood up here and asked if the Board of Supervisors could donate a taxpayer-funded room twice a month for a vaccine injury support group. I was told no for various reasons. Since then, it's become even more obvious that many San Diego residents could benefit from an in-person support group. I'm here today to let the community know that we now have a support group welcoming all who would like to attend. Please use this contact email to connect with us for more information and share this where needed. Thank you. And the email, if you can't see it or it's not clear, is wecareforyou99@aol.com. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Pam, here we go again. According to the dailymail.com dated August 27, 2023, this past spring, the NIH quietly released its own published study on its own website. The study suggests the tight-fitting N95 COVID mask may expose wearers to dangerous levels of toxic compounds linked to seizures and cancer. Researchers from Jeonbuk National University in South Korea looked at 2 types of disposable medical-grade masks and several reusable cotton masks. The study found the chemicals released by masks had 8 times the recommended safety limit of toxic, volatile, organic compounds. Inhaling these compounds has been linked to health issues like headache and nausea, while prolonged and repeated use has been linked to organ damage and even cancer. This study was also published in the journal Ecotoxicology and Environmental Safety. Increasing evidence has shown the drawbacks of mask wearing, and there seems to be diminishing returns on the need for masks. Many masks are made from thermoplastics, polypropylene, and polyurethane nylon. Toxic, volatile, organic compounds have shown to irritate the eyes, nose, throat, cause difficulty breathing, nausea, and damage the central nervous system and organs like the liver, according to the American Lung Association. Some toxic compounds are even considered human carcinogens, means they cause cancer. The researchers specifically flagged the chemicals, which are even hard to say, dimethylacetamide and dimethylformaldehyde, for being linked to liver and reproductive damage. The NIH study builds off previous research suggesting that mask wearing could cause more harm than good. I'm not surprised to see the fear-mongering continuing by Dr. McDonald, and thank goodness you didn't wear one when you were outside on the local news. And Tara, nice to see you back after your second case of COVID post-injections. The perfect example of the lack of effectiveness of the COVID injections. They don't prevent contraction or transmission. Residents of San Diego, don't fall for this. Don't comply.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Justin Castro, round whatever, too many to count. This is an email that I got from County Council. I was asking, basically, I just want to focus in on the first issue. And the issue was I wanted to know the procedure in identifying ballots that come back with the wrong ballot type. The response from the county and the legal counsel was that they do not check. They don't think it's a problem, so there is no reason to verify ballots issued are the ballots counted. I know this because there is zero way to identify something that is unidentifiable. The contents inside the envelope is unidentifiable, which means could be switched out. And the county, matter of fact, California knew this, so they decided for Newsom's election to reduce the amount of ballot types down to the fewest number. San Diego County had 7 ballot types. I'm curious on the district that had something in their charter that said they will not, that they have to report their districts. Congressional, Senate, Assembly, all of them did not want to know how their constituents voted for that election. We reduced the ballot types down to 7, where in the governor election we had 120. I had multiple conversations with you, Michael Vu, regarding this particular issue. And you, hence I'm not there, right? I told you that you cannot group everyone into one group because you will not be able to identify fraud. And you actively tried hard and you got promoted for it. Every single one of you guys like everything that he does.
Your time is up. Thank you. Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, Paul here, Paul the Bold. I pledge allegiance to the flag with liberty and justice for all. Does this mean repeated handouts or special privileges for favored groups? I think that's a very warped interpretation. I mean, I'm sure they want it. I'm sure we'd want it. But we should get these people back on their feet if they need. But this says all. Whoever needs, not pick and choose. Devil's in the details. The problem is when it's repeated. That suggests a few things. Chief among them are that some groups may simply want more, or that your previous policies failed, or that you're simply wasting and redistributing taxpayer dollars. Sandag is good at repatriating wealth. Ask Joel. It also suggests favoritism and ignoring the needs of some group. Now that you're doing it by zip code, it's not real equity anyway. It's a farce. This is why equity statements in every agenda item is such a bad idea. Please remove them from the agenda unless they have a direct relevance to the specific agenda item. And as for justice, lockdowns of mandates and unnecessary emergencies ignore the individual and cheapen the reputation and integrity of government, no matter whether someone higher up called for it or not. You are elected to serve your own people, and you ignore them at your own risk. So please think before you act. And another matter, Nora, you argue...
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Swallow. This world is so beyond backwards. It's a slap in the face when they speak of children with cancer. Want to stop children having cancer? Then stop pumping them with poisons at birth. Cancer is lucrative. Government is big pharma's whore. They will never cure cancer. Their proclamations are junk. Here we go with more government handouts, childcare. They want to help you with your children, but they will never help you enough for you to be able to raise your own children. That's government. They suck the life out of the people by taxing us for literally everything. Another slap on the face. They use our money to create the illusion that they're actually bailing us out and helping with their bullshit government programs. This is insane. Seriously, the dumbest species on the planet. Our county legislators are so clueless, they do not value the land on Earth. They poison it with toxic chemicals like Roundup. Still, after knowing its harmful effects, humans continue to allow government to rule over them. The revolution of humanity will not be coming from a leader. The revolution will come when we learn to lead ourselves. Stop voting in their corrupt system. Look in the mirror. That's the only one who's going to save you.
Consuelo, it appears your device might be muted. We'll move on.
No, I'm not muted. I'm here. Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Please conclude your comments.
Hello? No, I wasn't. Hello?
We can hear
Can
you.
you hear me? Did you hear anything I said? Did you guys hear anything I said?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Scally. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons, and I work on good public health policy in land use decisions in my county planning group. I came today to add my support to the teen who sent in a letter to the editor over the weekend regarding, and I quote, the prevalence of flavored tobacco that has led to severe addiction crisis among students in San Diego. As you may know, the well-known e-cigarette manufacturer, Juul, has been held accountable for marketing its flavored vaping products to young people by lawsuits filed by state attorney generals. The county's portion of the large settlement should go to treating those kids, many now adults, who remain extremely addicted to marijuana and nicotine vaping. High nicotine content in tobacco and high THC in marijuana products remain highly threatening to the health and well-being of our children. We need to do much more to address the root causes of youth vaping, which include aggressive and teen-attractive marketing and easy availability. Respectfully, supervisors, nothing is a bigger marketing strategy than pot shops and smoke shops in our back county communities. Now is not the time for supervisors to bring more pot shops into the county. As the teen says, now is the time to shed light on the impact of flavored vaping products on our generation. Thank you for your consideration of the good health of our young people.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. This is a non-sequential part of George Washington's farewell address delivered in September 1796. 227 years ago, quote, "The name of American belongs to you. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of common dangers, sufferings, and successes. The basis of our political system is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitutions of government. All obstructions to the execution of the laws, under whatever plausible character, are destructive of this fundamental principle. They serve to organize factions, to put into place the will of a party, often a small but artful, enterprising minority. Cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people, and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. One method of assault, to undermine what cannot be directly overthrown. The dangers of party in the state. The alternate domination of one faction over another leads to a permanent despotism. The disorders and miseries which result incline men to seek security in the absolute power of an individual on the ruins of public liberty. It serves always to distract the public councils. It agitates the community with false alarms, kindles animosity of one against another, and foments riot and insurrection. It opens the door to foreign influence and corruption, which find access to government through party passions. Time and habit are necessary to fix the true character of government, to maintain all in the secure and tranquil enjoyment of the rights of person and property. The jealousy of a free people ought to be constantly awake," end quote. The lesson, we're not supposed to have political parties. That's the problem, one of them. So save the country and counties, become American today. That's the very least you could do. Start getting your butt to meetings and actually get involved instead of just getting a little proclamation handout. That does nothing.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Good morning. I'm Diane Grace, a parent and grandparent and community volunteer in youth programs for over 35 years. I come today to share with you our family received a large postcard in the mail illustrating an array of marijuana gummies in mouth-watering flavors, disposable vapes, and in the lower left corner, marijuana-infused Rice Krispie bars. The flyer announces that no ID is necessary, and the postcard states this customer comment, quote, "gave me the mood I was wanting," end of quote. Also, the postcard indicated that packaging will be discreet. In checking around with family and friends, it seems that these postcards only come to residents in the unincorporated county areas where there are marijuana storefronts. As a community volunteer in youth programs, I felt a need to express my grave dismay to you this morning. In my work, I'm on the front line of students' mental health. I need to underscore the role that marijuana plays in aggravating mental health. Suicide ideation is the most serious mental health problem facing youth, but social phobias, depression, and anxiety also sideline youth. Our families do not need these large, colorful postcards showing up in our county homes where we have permitted marijuana businesses, nor do we need more marijuana businesses normalizing its use through predatory advertising. Thank you for considering my concerns as a parent, grandparent, and community volunteer in youth programs.
Thank you, and Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, statement of proceedings for regular Board of Supervisors meeting on August 29th and the Fire Protection District meeting June 27, 2023, and June 28, 2023. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any other comments? All right. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We're now going to proceed to the formation of our consent calendar. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull the items they would like to discuss, if there's any items that they'd like to discuss. I'm going to start with Supervisor Anderson.
Not at this time, thank you.
Like to make a motion, sir? All right. Supervisor Desmond?
I have none to pull, but I would like to make a comment on item number 1.
Okay.
This was on the spent nuclear fuel. This is advocating for the continued removal and relocation of spent nuclear fuel from the San Diego region. And I want to thank the staff, Jeff Toney and Kat Annady from our Office of Emergency Services for their work and issue on this board letter. I also want to thank Vice Chair Lawson Reamer for partnering with me on this board letter as well. So the Spent Fuel Coalition was formed 2 years ago. During that time, the coalition has taken an active role in advocating for the removal of the spent nuclear fuel from the San Onofre nuclear generating station, known as SONGS. When nuclear energy came to be, it was up to the federal government and Congress basically to decide where to store the nuclear waste. I think in the 1980s they identified Yucca Mountain in Nevada as that nuclear waste site. Unfortunately, politics got in the way, and so now the country, we have no place for long-term storage of spent nuclear fuel. So it's being stored on site right now safely at San Onofre in metal containers, which are also encased in cement, but it's not a permanent solution. So the Spent Nuclear Fuel Coalition, which is sponsored by Southern California Edison, the operator of the SONGS, San Onofre Nuclear Station. The membership of the coalition includes the counties of San Diego, Orange County, Riverside, 19 cities, 8 environmental groups, and over 35 industry groups. Southwest Strategies has helped grow, maintain, and support and guide the Spent Fuel Solutions Coalition and its mission to influence the federal government to provide off-site storage or permanent disposal and solutions for spent nuclear fuel, not only at SONGS, but throughout the country. Coalition membership has expanded to more than 250 members. We've secured 10 resolutions of support, email blasts, webinars. We've done all sorts of information trying to get the word out. A coalition has been able to meet with the Department of Energy, Secretary Jennifer Granholm and her staff. We were able to respond to the Department of Energy's request for information for beginning the process of consent-based siting of the spent fuel. But we got a long way to go for the spent nuclear fuel at Songs and other generating stations across the U.S., and we need to find a permanent place. So, but through the continued effort, so we're going to continue we want to continue this effort here and to advocate for the removal of the relocation of spent nuclear fuel until we can find a safe place for long-term storage of this fuel. So I'll second the motion, and thank you very much for the time.
Vice Chair?
Hi, thank you so much. Nothing to pull, just had some comments on number 8. I think this is exciting. These kind of maternal, infant, and early childhood home visit programs give parents the tools that they need to raise their children and help connect them with support networks. I think this funding is going to be really important to support nurse home visits and to ensure pregnant women and families with young children in North County have access to resources and support that they need, make sure that parents can have healthier pregnancies and provide care for their young infants. I know that last year 179 home visits were provided to women and 730 referrals were made to supportive community services like food and diaper banks and transportation. So these are all really important resources for pregnant women and families in our community. Thank you, the team, for bringing this today. I'm happy to accept this funding, so thanks.
Welcome. All right. So I just wanted to, number 1, acknowledge the continued removal and relocation of the nuclear fuel, so important, and I want to thank my colleagues for the work that they're doing on that item. On item number 9, absolutely important to accept the federal community project funding applications for future funding opportunities. I think one of the priorities is to make sure we don't need any money on the table, and grateful for Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs and for this Congressional Direct Community Project funding. And I also appreciate the funding that's going to help support our county's outreach and recruitment of resources family to support foster children and support training and educational materials for county social workers, which is absolutely needed. So thank you for that. And then on item number 12, county libraries, some of my favorite folks, I want to just say thank you for the work that you're doing, and the fact that you're providing new library content for our county libraries for the next 5 years is very, very powerful. And last but not least, one of my favorite things is when I see the implementation of any of our board letters, and they actually are, how we're actually doing this work. And so item 13 is a result of the equitable data access and community empowerment board letter that I introduced a while back now. It seems like forever. But I want to say thank you to the Office of Equity and Racial Justice for providing the update on the countywide plan for equitable data access and community empowerment. I think that when we were doing our press conference yesterday, I think both the Vice Chair and I always talk about data and how important it is that we have that data to be able to apply for other resources. And so this is really, really exciting, I think, for all of us. And I appreciate that the plan objective and the general public is going to be able to participate in the questionnaire regarding the usability of the county data portal, which I think we just want to make sure it works and that people can access it. So thank you for all of the work that you're doing on that. So with that, we have a motion and a second, but I'm going to turn it over for public comment, and then we will go from there.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Before I call the public speakers, I would like to note for the record that for item 16, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, or prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action on the salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of local agency executives. Agenda item 16 includes an amendment of County Administrative Code Section 496 that will provide an automobile allowance at the D rate for the Chief Medical Officer, Chief Probation Officer, Chief Sustainability Officer, Director Aging and Adult Services, Director Behavioral Health Services, Director County Fire, Director Departmental Operations, and Public Health Officer. With that note, this item may remain on consent. We have 11 speakers requesting, 11 individuals requesting to speak on the consent items, 4 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the items in the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Alan C., Brian Rumbaugh, Mark, and Pam. And I'll ask you to please identify which items in the consent calendar you're speaking on. Thank you.
Morning, Alan C. Start with item 2, request issues of clinical service. I absolutely agree. Yes, they need to have doctors right there at the facilities. But let's look at why do we need doctors in the facilities? It's not from the abuse of the prisoners, it's actually the drugs, the fentanyl. Do you want to stop people dying in the detentions, Health and Human Services Center? Let's go after these hospitals. Why is fentanyl a legal drug in the hospitals? Why are we issuing out Adderall and all the other drugs, killing people off? Agenda 7, CalFresh. Lines of cars getting free food. How is that? Isn't that ridiculous? People are paying $5.50 a gallon, yet they line up in the street to get their food. Kind of correlation with the CalFresh program. Item 8, this is the big one. Acceptance of federal maternal. You actually have the government want to spy on my kids in my own home? No, absolutely no. I will not have nobody from the government tell me how to raise my kids in my own home. Absolutely no on 8. Ratify Children's Trust 3-year funding proposal. Is that another one where you're going to actually influence your children? I mentioned earlier about the Health and Human Services Center, about shutting it down. You will never shut it down behind Oxford Street, but you want to really help and get them people in tents off the trolley tracks? Make a wing right in that building where you're providing that stupid services and put the homeless in there. That way they're at least off the street and you're actually providing service to the people in there. Please take note of that. That's the way you can really help the people and also help our community, because we were getting fed up down in Chula Vista. Years and years ago, it wasn't like this. Every Health and Human Services Center is basically a magnet for the drug people living in tents. If I was out of money, I wouldn't live in a tent. I'll move to Nevada. People in tents are on drugs. Come to reality. How are you going to help them? I yield back.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I noticed the chairwoman left. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and kind of more or less volley on item 13. Receive the countywide plan for equitable data access and community empowerment. You know, community empowerment certainly sounds nice. That's why I'm here, is I'm trying to get you guys to understand really, you know, where my heart is and what I'd like to see happen. I will definitely be going to her website, or her portal, as I believe she called it. I'm interested as to what her solutions are. You know, Jim, when I had that meeting with you so graciously in March, you know, I kind of touched bases on really what my solution would be. And really what it is it's quite simple. The citizenry of our country needs to get together, provide the platform where local, state, federal campaigns are ran, okay? Get rid of the stupid campaign signs that we're all so addicted to. Get rid of the, you know, the fox guarding the hen house, like I was talking about, the registrar of voters type people, okay, who essentially, you know, ultimately, once that resource is in place, then the citizenry is going to be able to know where the feelings are, where the votes went, okay? Any issue that comes to mind, whether it be abortion, whether it be how to solve certain problems, that data will be right there. We will then have a responsive government. You guys will actually understand what it is that people need and what actions they are demanding. And you will really have no choice but to follow their lead. Otherwise, you know, more or less the ride, the gravy train ride, or whatever, I'm sure you guys all work hard. It's not exactly an efficient system at this point, I can tell you that. Yeah, well, I read your lips right there, Jim. You know, I appreciate you understanding and agreeing. You know, we have a lot to fix.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Pam, money, 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 money. That's all you guys want. Number 3, additional funding for security to be present while the Liberty staff is performing IST services on site at county jails. Hello, isn't security already present as all of these individuals are in a jail environment? Or is an inmate actually left alone with a Liberty Health staff member? If so, this is a problem to be corrected internally. No additional money. According to the county statement, Agenda 6, currently, the Department of the Public Defender's diverse staff provides legal representation to indigent persons charged with a crime, unquote. This means there's no deficiency here. Equal rights under the law are being provided. If the Public Defender's Office is not providing equal services, then no additional funding will correct this. It is an internal problem. Or is this extra funding needed to provide privileges above and beyond equal rights? If so, there is a bigger problem in this department than the need for money. No additional funding. This is not a taxpayer problem. Items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Parents and guardians, be wary of free services and handouts from the local government for your family and children. The goal here is to infringe upon your rights as a parent. Be careful. Don't let them in your house either. Item 12, to provide books and audiovisual aids for county libraries. Hopefully there will be no books of pornography for children, shaming of skin color, and pushing queer theory to transition minor children. So no on all of that stuff.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, regarding items 2 and 3, the Sheriff's Office and funding, John Allen right now in Albuquerque is refusing to impose the unconstitutional gun restrictions, and our sheriff won't do her job, Kelly, who you picked, which is a conflict of interest since you guys are the ones inflicting this unconstitutional stuff on our area, even though, of course, Newsom's doing it, but you could reject it and should. Regarding item 11, if a parent who does not affirm their child's gender identity could be considered child abuse or neglect, I do not support this item. Otherwise, I would support funding abused or neglected children. Item 17 raises many taxes, property tax rates. They're already incredibly high, much higher than they were supposed to be. Property tax was declared unconstitutional in the late 1800s by the Supreme Court. It was only even imposed at all in 1913 when the Federal Reserve, which is not a part of government, private bankers took over the banking system, causing the inflation, ruining our country completely right now. And so you're raising it further is just absolutely absurd. And it's already way too high and over the 1% it was originally with all kinds of things added. I think it's 1.19 now. And the housing scam I've spoken about many times before. Your plan, basically, people need to realize these people are buying all of our property and putting it in their corporation, and they can shift it to any use they want. And they're making us pay to rent it to homeless people, like exorbitant rates. In LA, they're talking about giving people hotel rooms every night. It would be like $5,000 per person a month. And their plan isn't doing any better. You could 3D print rooms on Fiesta Island. I've talked about this many times before, Jim. Such a scam, just corporate making money.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Consuelo. San Onofre, again. That's government. Nuclear toxic waste. Who implemented and okayed it in the first place? Government. Who do people continue to trust? Government. Who does the people continue to blindly support? Everybody in the chambers, come on. Government. Who continues to spy on the people when the lens should instead be on them? Government. Who creates the problem to appear as the heroes? Government.
Excuse me.
Who continues
Just a
to ignore
reminder, please follow the guidelines of to ensure that everybody is heard. I'm asking you one more time to not speak out of turn. We're going to hear Consuelo and let her speak for the rest of the time. She can do whatever she wants, but I'm going to ask everybody who's in the chamber to make sure that you are not speaking out of turn.
Councilor.
Anna Nofre, again. Can I go again? Hello?
Please continue your
Don't run my
comments.
time. Okay. So where did I leave off at? Who does the people continue to blindly support? Government. Who continues to spy on the people when the lens should instead be on them? Government. Who creates the problem to appear as the heroes? Government. Who continues to ignore the people? Government. Who continues to be in violation of their own rules and laws? Government. Who continues to buy up the land and create homelessness? Government. Who continues to promote division while it acts as though they're for unity? Government. Who doesn't give two flying fucks about you? Government. I'm done. Stick a fork in me.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paula Bold. On number 5, emergency stuff, the title says it all. Expenditures and grants. Nothing specific. It's all about money and power. It's a waste. We don't get that many tropical storms, like perhaps every 100 years or so. And we get big blows a bit more often. But there's virtually unlimited money is a huge burden and waste to the taxpayer. While we're waiting for the big one, the supplies degrade and become useless over 10 or 20 years. Food rots, equipments become obsolete, and new parts are next to impossible to find. Bedding, lumber, and building material decay, get moldy, or get eaten by insects or animals, usually without even a thank you, by the way. But what we do need is emergency supplies for wildfires, which are every year or even more often. And since these are pretty much the same things, please don't break the bank to get more of the same. Number 1, nuke fuel. That's the federal project. But note, recommendation 2 is to make a contract which would be interference on the federal level. I'm sure they would appreciate the letter and guidance, but no to the whole package. Number 13, plan for equitable data access. This is a waste of money. The basic condition for community empowerment is letting it do its own thing, probably wanting to be part of the rest of the community as a whole, and not treating it as a charity case with equity. And the property taxes. Why was this left out of the main agenda? You need a proofreader? A regular tax rate of 1%.
Now hear from the next caller.
This is government, I mean truth. Item 1 is $100,000 down nuclear drain because the same government that wants expensive and dirty electricity also doesn't want to provide a place for the spent nuclear fuel. Items 2 and 3 is the county pretending to care about jail inmates' health by keeping NAF care for $600,000, about 95% going just to salaries and benefits. Item 5, the Office of Emergency Services doesn't deserve a dime after their hurricane live. Item 6 is the public defenders looking for grants so they can help to expand government. Item 7 is $11.7 million in state debt dollars for CalFresh, SNAP, EBT, food stamp, welfare. Items 9, 10, and 11 are continuing the county's negligent child welfare system with $639,000 in federal debt dollars and over $2.4 million in state debt dollars. And if it's true that you supervisors want to prevent neglect of children, then why not stop supporting the Polinsky Center, which has been caught neglecting children? Item 12 is $5 million a year in books for county libraries, which is one of those very rare items I support, if the books are good. I recommend everyone read, especially Helen. Item 13, data collection for government data-driven deception is systemic racism personified. Items 14, 15, and 16 are some county employees costing about $20 million more in 3 years. Item 17 is taxes for business operations and debt bonds for the indoctrination centers known as schools. And item 18 notes of Parina Parikh. She worked for WEF partner Sempra and went to the socialist London School of Economics, funded by the Fabian Society, founded, whose logo is a wolf in sheep's clothing. LSE minions include George Soros and David Rockefeller. So I'm glad this consent is a little more routine for once, and I recommend the book The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And isn't $20 million for county employees? That's pretty ridiculous. That's a huge amount. Absolutely ridiculous. Talk about expanding government. That's most of the calendar, I think.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Oh man, you guys love to just destroy stuff. I mean, gosh, we're paying some people $100,000 to advocate for the removal of that nuclear waste. Good on you guys. I mean, you know, good waste of money. Anywho, you and your mental health issues and all this incompetence, like there's writing on the wall with all these things that you're doing. You want to wrap it up in a beautiful package, like we're helping these people with mental health issues. We're helping children. We're helping their parents. And you know what? All while we're doing that, we're like poisoning the kids and giving them childhood cancer. We are abusing them mentally at school, telling them to change their gender and mutilate their bodies, giving them sexually explicit books and books on how they can become an other, right? Since there's men, women, and other, it's so nice. And, you know, it's like you want to help, like, go into the home, so you can take the kids from their parents, right? Because in foster care and all of these CPS and all that BS, they traffic kids. And you guys know it, and that's the time you were here, you're like talking about wanting to go educate kids on trafficking, where they get trafficked from. I guarantee you, you're not telling them that. And that's the problem. You want to sit here and act like we're doing all of these good things and, you know, we need people to get paid more. So we're going to take money from the people who can't even afford to feed themselves or take their kids to daycare. And that money is going to go to other people's salaries, okay? And so that they can have benefits, so that they can get medical care. It's all to better their lives, right? It doesn't matter that you're suffering. We need you to suffer, because if you're not suffering, we can't offer you a solution, right? And pretend to help. It's so fantastic. I love it. You guys do so good at your evil work, and Satan is so proud. He has such a special little warm note for you guys, okay?
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the items in the consent calendar.
Thank you. All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, now we will now hear discussion item 20, establishing administrative support for the new San Diego County Fire Protection District Ground Ambulance Service Area and Fire Protection District agenda item number 1, update to the ambulance service model in San Diego County's rural communities together. So I want to hand the floor over to our county team for a presentation. We'll give them a minute or so that they can get ready.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Last December, the board directed county staff to explore the optimal ambulance service model in the county's rural communities by evaluating and considering financial, operational, and patient care considerations. In May, the board took action to authorize the San Diego County Fire Protection District to provide ambulance service in areas within the county's responsibility area. An agreement between the county and the Fire Protection District has been completed, and before the board today are 2 items for your consideration prior to ambulance services being managed and operated by the Fire Protection District beginning at the end of September. The first item is on the Board of Supervisors agenda, and the second item is on the San Diego County Fire Protection District Board of Directors agenda. These items will be addressed concurrently within our presentation. Joining me today to provide the ambulance service model update is County Fire Director Jeff Collins and County Fire Chief Tony Meacham, and I'll first turn the presentation now over to Jeff Collins.
Thank you, Holly. The Unified Service Area was established in 2017 and led to operational efficiencies and enhanced ambulance service in our most rural communities. However, there was an opportunity to further improve the system. With board direction, county staff contracted with Citygate Associates to provide a thorough evaluation of the Unified Service Area and recommend a new ambulance service model. Citygate recommended the county contract with the San Diego County Fire Protection District to manage ambulance services through its partnership with CAL FIRE and a subcontract with a private ambulance provider. The county entered into an agreement on August the 14th with the Fire Protection District to become the ambulance service provider. The operational transition to the new ground ambulance service area will be effective on September the 30th. And service will be provided through ambulances staffed by CAL FIRE and American Medical Response. AMR was selected after competitive procurement. Included in today's requests are the addition of 4 full-time positions to fully optimize EMS delivery system. 2 positions in finance, 2 positions in data management will support all aspects of the ambulance services, including billing, supplies, contracting, vehicles, and electronic patient record management. I'll now turn the presentation over to Chief Meacham.
Thank you, Jeff. The current level of service in the USA provides 12 staffed ambulances along with 4 cross-staffed ambulances. A cross-staffed ambulance is when staff working on the fire engine may also be covering the ambulance. Under the new service model, the daily coverage will be a total of 22 ambulances, which will be a combination of advanced life support ambulances, basic life support ambulances, and cross-staffed rescue ambulances. The 3 existing ambulances in Ramona and 1 in Borrego Springs will be integrated into the system as part of the 22. Partnering with American Medical Response is crucial to operational success in the ASA. AMR has resources and experience that will be beneficial to coverage and service, including access to technology and data analytics, opportunities for innovations to improve community health and reduce impacts on our emergency departments, EMS training, and the ability to provide surge and special event staffing. Areas with higher population in the ASA will be covered by AMR, and firefighter paramedics will respond to calls in more rural communities to bolster our all-hazard response. To provide excellent patient service and to ensure protocols are being followed, 100% of calls will undergo a rigorous quality assurance review process. The quality assurance process will focus on patient and clinical outcomes. Our goal is to improve health outcomes in some of our most isolated and underserved communities. Not only do we want to revive quickly, but we want to ensure our paramedics and EMTs are providing high quality service. The system will be rated against key performance indicators established by the California State EMS Authority and national EMS groups like the American Heart Association and the National Association of Emergency Medical Technicians. To further enhance exceptional patient care and service, we will gather valuable insight from our clients through our patient experience program. The Fire Protection District is committed to implementing the board's framework for our region by ensuring our clinical benchmarks and patient feedback is equitable by race, ethnicity, gender, and geography. We are committed to developing an EMS system that works for all of our residents and adjusting where outcomes can be improved. The performance of the system will be measured by metrics. Response times for urban, rural, and outlying will have a goal of arriving within standard with no exceptions. Not only do we want to measure how quickly arrive, but we also want to provide timely treatment. For example, on-scene patient times for stroke patients of under 15 minutes and implementation of 12-lead EKG within 10 minutes for all patients with cardiac symptoms. Tiered dispatching was recently implemented at our 911 center. This new system will match the right resource to each emergency medical call, providing the correct staffing and resources to each call ensures the financial responsibility for both the county and the patient in a sustainable deployment model that has medical oversight and guidance. Additionally, fire engine-based paramedics, if needed, will be able to join basic life support ambulances operated by private contractors to provide ALS support en route to hospitals. This is a critical upgrade from our current system. The new ambulance service model will follow state and national medical best practices for patient care. County EMS will ensure state performance measures are being met and the patients are receiving quality medical care through our quality assurance process. The ASA will provide the opportunity to strengthen services and promote a medical system that reduces health disparities in our backcountry communities. Staff will continually evaluate medical data to determine if additional services would benefit from the community, such as nurse practitioners and paramedics responding to low acuity calls, nurse triage lines to support patients with navigating the healthcare system, hosting and supporting community health events, and continuing to expand the post-hospital discharge program that supports patients in their homes. I'll now turn the presentation back to Jeff.
Thank you, Chief. County fire staff engaged 2 outside consultants to estimate how much transport revenue will be collected to support the program while enhancing patient care. The consultants developed reimbursement projections based on multiple factors, which provided a wide range of $8 million to $14 million in revenue annually. However, the actual revenue will not be known until there is a history of billing and collections by County Fire. In addition, ambulance billing takes 6 to 12 months or longer for reimbursement to be received after the service has been provided. This will result in a revenue availability gap in fiscal year 23-24 to cover ambulance transportation costs in the ASA. Further, there remains a likely ongoing structural gap between revenues collected and services. During the initial startup period, existing fire district funding will be used to pay for services while closely monitoring actual expenditures and revenues. County staff will return to the board this fiscal year for budget adjustments and to identify funding sources to fully cover ambulance operations in fiscal year 23-24. For fiscal year 23-24, we anticipate the cost to be $11.2 million for 9 months of service. For 24-25, we anticipate the cost to be $14.4 million. I'll now turn the presentation back over to Holly.
Thank you, Jeff. Today we are requesting that the board approve the proposed recommendations to add 4 staff years, to establish a special fund for ambulance transport revenue, to ensure we don't have a disruption in our billing service, and to provide additional support from CAL FIRE for ambulance maintenance when that's needed. And this concludes our presentation. We're available for your questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'd like to just jump in here for a second. Can you put the prior slide back up for a second? I just want to make sure, one more, that we're really clear. This is a great plan and really excited about the model, and I think you guys have done extraordinary work, but I want to make sure that the board understands we do have a gap as a result, and we're working it very carefully and diligently this year, and we will have to address this in next year's budget. But I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't lost in a really good news story. But we do have a fiscal gap here, and we're working on the revenue projections to make sure that we bill what we can, and where we have that gap on what mitigation strategies we have. So we have to do a little bit of staffing issues that we're working. So I just wanted to point that out and make sure we were very transparent on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have, 7 requests to speak, 2 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speaker, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individual in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Alan C. and a speaker slip with individual named Mug Club.
Hi, good morning, Alan C. I actually, believe it or not, I actually filled out a green slip for this one. Yeah, there you go, the map. Basic function of government, protect life and property. So yes, I absolutely support emergency services. Again, I stress emergency services, because you look at this map over here, that almost looks like my home state of Oregon. It's a huge area, and yet we only have 22 total ambulances proposed, and you're saying 10-minute for a guy that had a heart attack is not going to make it. So yes, anything to support emergency services. You can keep going forward, slide. Next slide, please. What I don't want is equity to evaluate based on race or anything else. The bottom line is the emergency service is based on the condition of the patient. Everything else is out the window. Forget all that political crap. Keep that out of there. Next slide. Next slide. As I pointed out, CAL FIRE keeps push the issue. Fire prevention, the number 1 cause of fires here in California is the power lines. You want to protect life and property, keep shouting that out and have that person up there divert the funds from charging stations to bury the power lines. Next slide, please. Yeah, and again, here you see vaccination testing services. That's the deal with the hospital, not the deal with the ambulance, because we want maximum amount of funds for emergency services, not for vaccination, testing, any other little post-hospital, just no, emergency services. Next slide, please. As I said, basic function of government, life and property, but also keep in mind the financial impact. And all I can ask you here is, yes, we want to maximize as much ambulance as we can, but also let's be smart about it. competitive bidding, whatever we have to do, not because this person gave you a cut. So please look into that because life property is so important. Thank you, CAL FIRE. I yield back.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I put down Mug Club for one particular reason. I'm planning on submitting the previous thing to the Mug Club. Let me get back to the topic on hand. We want to go ahead and vote on something. We want to vote on this, and whether or not it's good, whether or not it's bad, I don't trust the people up here. I don't think that because they don't want to look into the security of our election, I don't think they are qualified to make a choice on any of these choices. We need to first determine whether or not that they belong up there, whether or not that they cheated to get in there. Right, Tara? You came in 2020 during the election that we did not verify if fraud took place.
Sir,
I have an email stating that. Can you please stay on topic, please?
Yes, everything, you are voting on something, correct? You were elected into that position, correct? This is on topic. No matter anything on this was based off of elections that got you in play and all that stuff.
Sir, just to clarify, the item before you is establishing administrative support for the new San Diego County Fire Protection.
Are you going to be voting on that, yes or no? Are you going to be voting on something regarding this, yes or no?
You're disrupting the meeting.
I'm not disrupting the meeting, you are.
On this item.
You gave us 2 minutes to talk and you love to interrupt people. You cut down the time, you don't give us enough time to express our concerns.
Item number 20, sir.
You ignore us and you go ahead and do whatever the fuck you want.
This is your first warning. You're disrupting the meeting. You're not staying on topic.
What about you? This is your first warning. Okay, fine, second. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't give a shit, right?
Rules are rules. Number 2.
Rules are rules.
This is your second warning. You're disrupting.
6 years. Rules are rules.
All right.
6 years I was fired. Why am I still employed?
Mr.
Rules
Castro,
are rules,
I've given you
right?
2 warnings. Just a second. Mr. Castro, I have given you.
Because that is the case.
Mr. Castro, I've given you 2 warnings. If you continue on the 3rd one, you will be asked to be removed from the chambers. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. Please, I'm going to ask all of the folks who come up here. We want to be respectful of everyone that is up here. If you have an item, absolutely, you can disagree with us, but please stick to the item. If not, send us an email, send us a letter, whatever you like. For now, we're going to continue with our meeting, and thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Swallow, here we go. Actually, I want my time back. You guys didn't pause my time. Talk about violation of their own rules. So here we go. What truly needs to be put out are these liars, pants on fire. Emergency services. There's definitely emergency services needed for the real emergency of the world being under mass hypnosis. You get a job to pay taxes, to go to work. You get married, have children, follow the bullshit norms of society, pay taxes again, act normal, watch TV, obey the corrupt government. It's either there for you or for emergency. You're interrupting, sister. You're interrupting. You're interrupting. Yep, this is for our protection. This is entirely for our protection. Yep. This is entirely for our protection. Okay, you know what? Everything is okay. Just keep shopping, keep watching TV, keep working 9 to 5, keep on voting for their puppets, and thank you for believing in their great fucking illusion. Sincerely, the management, the fucking elite, the disgrace, the predator class.
Warning, just to make sure I remind you, there's item number 20 is establishing administrative support for the new San Diego County Fire Protection District Ambulance Service Area. At the 3rd warning, you're no longer going to be able to speak. So please stay on topic, ma'am.
Not hearing any audio from that caller. We'll move on to the next caller.
Paul LeBeau, good morning, Supervisors and Nanny. The board letter says these new tasks necessitate additional staff years to promote a system that reduces health disparities and leads to equitable outcomes. 2 full-time positions are proposed to meet these objectives. So, in an ambulance contract, you are so worried about equity and health disparities that you need 2 full-time staff to iron these things out? Why not just serve all according to their need? This pick and choose type equity is bound to lead to delay and messing up the system. And again, we the taxpayer pay for this. I really hope that County Fire enforces the benchmarks without waiting for months like the city in Falk. It continues, County Fire is seeking 2 contractual modifications to support the full implementation of a reimagined emergency medical services system. Why is County Fire not letting SFCPD, the actual service providers, choose? This may be a good move, but it should be the providers who have the final say, especially since the current contract doesn't expire until next June. Plenty of time to train a new crew if needed. I smell a rat. I also think that CAL FIRE and SDC FPD should probably provide ambulances on the basis of who's closest. So both need good maintenance. I hope the proposed contracts do this. But
Now hear from the next caller.
You don't understand who I am, where I've been, and where I'm going. This is truth. The County Emergency Medical Services offices oversees the private contracts for the ambulance transport services in the unified service area of the unincorporated areas. And their consultants developed revenue projections. They gave an estimate of ambulance costs from $8 million to $14 million a year. And I'd say that's kind of crazy that their estimates vary by $6 million. Why hire consultants when the county number crunchers provide about the same level of accuracy? But once the anticipated revenues are figured out, staff are going to say how much funding needs to be facilitated. First, $11.2 million this year, and then about $15 million the next year to pay for ambulance services. All that money, and there is only one ambulance in Borrego Springs. The presentation mentioned that 100% of calls will undergo quality assurance review, and I'm glad that emergency response wait time was a factor. The presentation said dispatching for EMS would be sustainable, but this item says County Fire does not expect the ambulance transportation services costs that people pay to actually cover all the costs of their operation. So I don't think that sounds very sustainable to me. I'm definitely going to recommend against vaccination and testing services. I don't want to see the deadly hot shots cause more people to get myocarditis or any other issues, thus requiring more ambulance services that are already fiscally unsustainable. The unincorporated areas need to unify themselves if they want to ensure emergency response times at a much better price, because the county can't even figure out the numbers. It's varying by $6 million. It's ridiculous. And I'm also going to second the previous comment about liars with pants on fire. That's the problem we also need to resolve. Although it sounds like we don't have enough money for ambulance services, so if they need help, it's not going to happen in that route. So once again, we're going to need to unify, and we're going to have to make it happen ourselves.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Man, how many years has it been since I've been like, man, you guys are going to use these for vaccine and testing and stuff, and people are going to have to get used to all of these emergency medical services, and it's so intelligent because you guys are like, we have an anticipated cost of service that we know we're going to have. That makes sense, right? Because it's like as long as you're vaccinating and testing people, it actually, right, creates the need for them to come back, right? Because then it's like that person could have a heart attack, a stroke. I mean, who knows, right? I mean, there's so many, like, crazy symptoms or adverse reactions that people get from these, jabs. Like, some people can't even lift their arms over their head. But it's just interesting because, I mean, what a better way to create the need for, these ambulances by, doing things that cause people to need to call 911. But you guys also don't want anybody in the unincorporated area, so it would be smart to not just have too many of them, because then it's like you don't want people to really like want to be in that area. We're trying to de-incentivize and get you guys back into the city where it's like a high fire zone, even though, rules are as well. But I mean, as long as we put people in a high fire zone, it'll be good. And as long as we don't acknowledge like the spraying and the weather warfare and stuff like that creates needs for, preparedness for disasters and or whatnot. Why would we want like a firefighter to be able to put out one of those lithium batteries that are like explosive bombs, right? And they just take like tens of thousands of gallons of water just to put one out. I guess they're just going to start having to carry sand trucks because, that would be intelligent. But you know what? We need to get rid of people and depopulate, so let them blow up. Who cares, right? Let all that land burn. I mean, really. And just keep jabbing people because, then then you guys can get more money, right? And really care about.
Thank you. For the record, that speaker was Audra, and Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So I really appreciate the Public Safety Group and all the work that you've done around this, and thank you, Helen, for acknowledging some of the items that we need to look at as we're moving forward. But I think there's nothing more important that we support our county fire team to really, have the support that all of you need in the rural ambulance system and ensuring first-rate service in our rural communities. And so I'm excited about what this means. This is critical not only because of the technology that you all are going to be using, but also to be able to gather that data and provide that information to understand who we're serving, and it'll be a much more efficient system as we're moving forward. So I appreciate County Fire, and I know that you've already taken steps to be able to reduce costs internally and with CAL FIRE contracted services, and really looking forward to other ambulance transportation rates adjustments as we move forward. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the recommendations for item 20 and for Fire Protection District item 1. Thank you. Next is Supervisor Desmond and then Supervisor Anderson.
Well, thank you, Chair. You pretty much said everything I wanted to say. I just want to say thank you to our Public Safety Group and to CAL FIRE and all the great job you're doing in providing more services out for the unincorporated areas. And particularly, I guess, well, even with Supervisor Anderson, this is, public awareness and get ready for disaster month ahead of the fire. So I appreciate the time and effort, and keep doing it. Thanks.
Supervisor Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank, they all captivated it, but I did want to personally say thank you. This was a very crucial issue in my district. We worked to get another ambulance out in the Ramona area, but this goes far beyond our little sites. And I think that while it may not be perfect, it's definitely in the right direction, and it's a huge improvement from where we were. So thank you for your hard work. It's much appreciated.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Wonderful. Thank you, team, for all the great work. We're now going to move on to discussion item 21. This is the notice public hearing fiscal year 22-23 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report for housing and community development service entitlement programs. I'm going to hand over the floor to our county team for a presentation. Then we're going to go ahead and go to public speakers, and then I'll hear from my colleagues. Take your time and whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Today, we are presenting to you the fiscal year 2022-23 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also referred to as the CAPER, for the County of San Diego's federal housing and community development entitlement programs. The CAPER serves as the county's report back to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, on accomplishments in HUD entitlement programs throughout the year. Through our HUD funding, the County of San Diego served more than 135,000 individuals last fiscal year, with increased affordable housing opportunities, services to prevent and end homelessness, enhanced community infrastructure, and housing and support for individuals with HIV/AIDS. The HUD-funded programs included in the CAPER support each of the 5 domains of the county's framework for ending homelessness. These programs also support the production of affordable units, a critical aspect of the county's upcoming housing blueprint. Here with me today are David Estrella, Director, and Kelly Salmons, Deputy Director of our Housing and Community Development Services. David?
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. The Health and Human Services Agency, Housing and Community Development Services, or HCDS, administers 4 federal entitlement programs: the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home Investment Partnerships, HOME, Emergency Solution Grant, ESG, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV/AIDS and Their Families, HOPWA. To administer these funds, the county develops a consolidated plan every 5 years. This strategically addresses the priorities and goals for federal entitlement programs. Annual plans are then developed for each year of the consolidated plan as one-year subcomponents to identify specific projects to be funded and carried out during the upcoming fiscal year. Finally, a CAPER is required to be completed at the end of each program year to summarize the year's accomplishments. Today's hearing provides an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to receive public comment on the fiscal year 2022-23 CAPER. This year's CAPER has been available on the HCDS website and in HCDS's lobby since August 25th, 2023. The CAPER and the public comment process are publicized through a public notice posted in the county's 10 threshold languages. These notices were posted online as well as in the Union Tribune and 6 additional general circulation publications. Additionally, HCDS notified more than 8,000 community stakeholders of the draft CAPER and hearing date through HCDS's email distribution. I will now pass it over to Kelly to review this year's CAPER. Kelly?
Thank you, David. For our agency, the CAPER report marks the end of our program year and a chance to reflect on the accomplishments of our federal entitlement programs. HCDS administers 4 federal entitlement programs, which each have a slightly different focus. The Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, supports communities by addressing local housing and community development needs. The Home Investment Partnerships program primarily funds the development of affordable housing and rental assistance to lower-income households. The Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, provides direct services to persons experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of becoming homeless. And finally, the Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV or AIDS program, HOPWA, provides housing and services to persons living with HIV/AIDS and their families. Together, the CDBG, HOME, ESG, and HOPWA programs provide the region nearly $14 million in fiscal year 22-23 to fund homeowner rehabilitation, first-time home buyer assistance, rental housing production, emergency shelters, and infrastructure improvements, such as street rehabilitation and sidewalk accessibility improvements. In addition to the annual funding shown on this slide, the county received an infusion of one-time resources through COVID funding that bolstered our entitlement programs. In fiscal year 22-23, HCDS expended nearly $5.5 million in COVID funding to support nutrition assistance, emergency shelter, health education and training, and homeless prevention services. This slide and the next display the 4 consolidated plan goals and the annual accomplishments for each goal. The goals are increase affordable housing opportunities, enhance community infrastructure, prevent and end homelessness, and provide housing and housing-related support for individuals with HIV/AIDS. Each goal is evaluated by comparing the number of individuals served by a program to its projected outcome. Through HUD funding, the County of San Diego served a total of more than 135,000 individuals and 6,700 households during fiscal year 22-23. Under our affordable housing goal, federal entitlement funds aided more than 1,725 households to achieve more affordable housing opportunities and initiated new infrastructure projects in various neighborhoods, which are home to nearly 90,000 county residents. Additionally, HCDS has made great progress towards our goal related to homelessness and housing for individuals and their families affected by HIV or AIDS. Accomplishments include supporting more than 45,000 individuals connect to homeless services, including through resource referrals and data system management, and by supporting nearly 5,000 households affected by HIV or AIDS, connect to housing, services, and other resources. Expenditures for each goal are from a combination of program funds. This year, HCDS has several notable accomplishments through our HUD-funded programs that we would like to highlight, beginning with the completion of construction of a 100-unit affordable housing development in the city of San Marcos that is available to households earning between 30% and 80% of the area median income. HUD programs also supported 13 new infrastructure projects, including 4 ADA accessibility improvements, 8 street sidewalk projects, and 1 public park improvement. Additionally, nearly 350 households received tenant-based rental assistance, primarily supporting households emerging from homelessness. The Emergency Solutions Grant Program supported the continued operation of more than 500 shelter beds. And lastly, using one-time Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding, HCDS supported more than 66,000 individuals through emergency food and nutrition assistance. The requested action before you today is to hold this public hearing to receive public comment on the fiscal year 21-22 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or KEPR, it's 22-23. This completes our presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to go over to public comment. And just a reminder to folks, this is item number 21. It's a notice of public hearing focused on the fiscal year 22-23 and annual performance and evaluation. So we welcome your comments on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 9 requests to speak on item 21, 3 in person, and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 21 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please go forward and stand against east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Alan C., Bryant Rumbaugh, and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Page 9. You can pull up page 9 on the screen before we start. Apologies. Here we go. Thank you very much. Okay, concerning the funding, I'm looking at, Alan C. I'm looking at the funding. We're looking at $13.7 million bang for the buck. Let's go down the list here. 100 affordable units developed. There are over 3,000 homeless out in the street right now. 13 infrastructure projects initiated, which is very vague. 343 households, tenant-based rental assistance. Let me tell you something about rental assistance. Do we all know about student loans, how much a disaster that was? Anytime you put a loan in, get the government involved, what happens to the cost of the surrounding units, or in this case, student loans, whatever it is, you actually destroy our society when you put out these handouts. Let capitalism take over, let the free market take over to really help these people. 509 emergency shelter beds. Your future supervisor, Monica, voted to shut down Golden Hall, 550-bed shelter, Golden Hall. So what the hell is going on here? We got 509 emergency shelters supported with $13.7 million, yet Golden Hall, which is government-owned, had 550 beds. And yet you put them people in the street. How are you helping society when you do crap like this? Okay, now we're looking at HIV/AIDS, 161. Is this like the wheelchair sign out in the street where people abuse the program? If you're going to give somebody, give them preference because of their medical condition, are they truly sick or they just got the tag that they do have HIV? A lot of people have HIV are not really sick. So let's look at who's actually suffering financially and medically and give them the priority. Not because you just put a little tag on it to meet some group, whatever. Think about that. Yes, sir. Thank you for looking over and thinking about that. I yield back.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So here we go. This is kind of an interesting one. One thing I will say is your guys' PowerPoints are definitely on point. They're lot of time goes into those. So really, here we're back again talking about homelessness. Ultimately, as you can probably imagine, I'm kind of a small government guy. I think that we've kind of lost our way as Americans. And ultimately, and just as I was talking to you guys, whatever it was a week ago, there's going to be certain problems that you guys are not going to be able to solve. Certainly one of them is homelessness. As I was reading here, looking over the funds, certainly the AIDS thing popped up. It seems I've noticed some billboards around. Are we having a revamp of AIDS like what happened when I was in elementary school? Or I mean, it seems like it's getting quite popular anymore. The reason why I'm saying that is I did actually have a person in the medical industry say that really since those vaccines came out that there's been a lot more AIDS cases. I don't know if that's gone into what information the doctor has on that type thing. But it is concerning because these are people that I do not believe lie to me. Something I'd like to know the answers to. With regarding the progress, certainly, 100 homes being built, affordable housing, once again, subsidized. Anytime we as a society think that we can pay taxes, have skills, have that money go to the federal government, then have it hit the state, then have it come back and solve our problems that way, it's never going to happen. We're going to be chasing our tail forever. We really got to get back to the basics. We need to create a responsible society. We need to up the value system that we have. And that's another thing that's going to be accomplished once my, hopeful solution kind of gets into place, is humanity's going to learn from itself.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, 54954.3C of the Brown Act states that people can not only critique your policies, procedures, and programs, but also omissions. So prohibiting Consuelo or other people's speech isn't allowed. Also, here's some videos that people can see regarding all of these topics. As far as housing go, I've spoken many times on it. What's basically happening here is these people are not stopping. I can't remember if it's Blackstone or BlackRock, but large investment firms from buying up property. They're buying up property with our tax dollars for their corporation that they can use for any purpose they want. And they are not stopping the problem. I've already stated many times, most of these are YouTube videos, by the way, some are Google searches, that they could simply put 7,500 10 by 10s. They'd be about $1,000 each. IAPI's core 3D prints buildings about that size, about that cost. On Fiesta Island, it'd take up about 1/7 of the island. They could extend the water systems from what was the Hilton, whatever it's called now, Mission Bay Resort or whatever, and put in some solar panels for electricity for their cell phones and such. Have the counselors that are already helping them in the streets, help them with bank accounts and getting jobs. They could have this problem solved completely within 2 years. The fact that they haven't for like untold tens of millions of dollars, every year, in fact, when they could have done it all for about 10 million and just been done with it, is just proof that they're not trying to solve the problem at all. A kid could have figured this out. They don't have to rent the land. They don't have to make us pay for it. They have land. They can use it. They could solve this. They can put up tents in the meantime. You guys are absolute criminals that you haven't solved this. And the people I've seen down south, it's despicable the way they live.
Thank you.
You're lucky.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Thanks, Mark. They don't follow the Brown Act. Rules for thee, not for me. Anyways, I will definitely be on topic with this item. Who creates homelessness? Government. Just like cancer being lucrative to big pharma, homelessness too is lucrative, especially for our local government whores, receiving federal funds from we, the tax cattle. There will never be progress made because everything is working perfectly in their favor to have humanity be entirely dependent on them.
Yep.
That concludes my statement.
Thank you. Now, next caller.
Paul the Bold. Caper says it all. They do a dance around the truth to get at the funds to repair the problem as if they imagine it. Then, when the truth shifts, when it becomes something else, they don't change the plan, but they sure do get more funds. There are more and more poor people, about 14% more less last year. More and more need for housing. ESG certainly hasn't helped the homeless problem much. I mean, a glaring example is right in the speech. They're so proud of this 100% available low-income housing units available for people who have 30 to 80% of the average median income. So let me ask, which homeless people can afford that? I mean, you know, when you're homeless, it's not like you have a lot of income lying around. So, you know, HHSA is good with acronyms, bad with the results. And, I mean, I think that we need a new agency, a new special housing agency in charge of this to really make the system work. And the bottom line is all this nonsense and garbage that HHSA has promoted in the last years, we are funding all of this nonsense, apparently to the tune of about $13 billion. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett. I wanted to comment on item 21, and I concur with the previous speaker who said that these homes should be made available to those who were not just HIV infected, but had AIDS, had symptoms of disease that caused them to be immune suppressed and ill. Otherwise, people with HIV just testing positive would be included, and many of those never go on to develop full-blown AIDS. In 1984, the NIH isolated HIV in 48 of 119 subjects. In San Francisco, it was found in people both with and without the symptoms of AIDS. Researchers found the virus in 27 of 55 patients with AIDS and HIV antibodies in 90% of those. But HIV is present. It is just not complicit in causal. It has not been proven to be causal of the AIDS. So I respectfully request that those individuals who are suffering from actual AIDS-related symptoms be given priority, not include the HIV-positive people who may never go on to have AIDS. HIV positive just simply means you have a retrovirus that many people harbor, and it never proceeds to full-blown AIDS. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now I hear from the next caller.
Gosh, you guys are so good at psychologically raping people. I just recommend that you use some hydrogel, because that will just kind of ease stuff better for people. And, you know, it's so smart because you guys have to, you know, project all these things that you've done and things that you're going to do.
Oh, I'm talking about HUD, Nora. Quit interrupting people. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You don't let people go and talk, and then you interrupt them and waste their freaking time. All while you're sitting there talking to Helen the whole time, not even paying attention to what people are saying.
So you are off topic. Please confine your comments to the agenda item. That's your first warning. Thank you.
They are. They are, Nora. Don't give me any warnings. You have your own warnings. You're on your way out just like Nathan. Yeah, you guys sit here and you have all these projections or, you know, claiming of all the things that you're doing because then you could get more money. It's a waste of the people's when you don't really help people, okay? You cause this problem with homelessness. You sit here and act like there's affordable housing. Nobody can afford it. You freaking damn well know it. And then you sit here and talk about HIV when you're giving it to people in these injections. All right, you don't want to admit it, and you want to sit there and act like, no, we're just these little angels, and people need to get these shots. But then we'll always
being warned that you are off topic.
HIV.
This is your second warning.
I am not.
Topic. Your time will be forfeited in accordance.
How am I off topic?
Rule 4E.
This has to do with HIV, Nora, which is in this agenda item. You're such a tyrant. You're so evil. It's very sad because you don't want people to know what's in those genocide shots. And that is what's in this item. You're talking about giving money to those people. So how about you stop injecting them with the freaking virus or whatever that you're talking about? It's the code for it. And there's many other things in those shots that you guys took that you don't want to acknowledge, and you're killing people, and you won't let people talk about it. You know why they get pissed off? Is because of that. Because you don't care.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Truth, let me clean it all up. As a parasitic, dependent recipient of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development federal funny money pipeline, the county is required to chalk up a 5-year communist consolidated control plan. It's always a game of pay to play. There's CDBG bucks, home investment partnerships, pennies, Topwell hard cash, and emergency solutions grant greenbacks. The 3 key documents the county provides: the annual plan strategy, the annual plan, because the county plan usually doesn't have a real strategy, and the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER, because it's usually a mystery as to where all the money actually ends up. Although apparently the CAPER is supposed to predominantly benefit lower-income residents. However, I bet if I ask people who qualify, they'd ask, what's a CAPER? And where's the affordable housing? And even better, what's the Board of Supervisors? The explanation that's missing is why the heck the County Health and Human Services Agency is in charge of a housing program. Makes zero sense. But I suppose it's yet another excuse to expand the behavioral health system. And the numbers in this item regarding poverty. The goalpost is going to quickly have to be pushed back because the middle class is pretty much already dead. And if robust community engagement, like this item mentions, was actually done, there'd be many people here demanding a plan to reject all of the totalitarian garbage coming from Governor Newsom that's ruining the state and making people even mass exodus. But if none of the public input is in approval, does anything change? I don't think so. Here's the solution to this caper of robust mismanagement.
I can tell you, we're not the solution, we're the problem. And local government is the solution. I can tell you, we're not the solution, we're the problem.
Definitely agree. So, Joel, put your money where your mouth is. That's what we need. And I like Paul's good with acronyms, bad with results. Doesn't that describe?
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, and thank you to the team for all the work that they've done. I'm happy to make a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is combating the child care crisis. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment before we make any of our comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 13 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 14 e-comments, 11 in favor and 1 in opposition. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor, followed by those in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the speaker in favor, Aaron Garrett. Will be followed by the speakers in opposition, Alan C., Bryant Rumbaugh, and Mark.
Just this thing. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Aaron Garrett. I'm a proud SEIU labor union member who works as a protective services worker at the Balboa office in extended foster care. I am a member of the executive board for SEIU 221 as the social and economic justice chair. And I'm a job steward. Protective services workers, like many county employees, have recruitment and retention issues, and one of the big challenges my coworkers deal with is the balancing challenging workload and their families. This is why we urge you to vote yes on this item. Childcare is the work that makes all the work possible. Our ability to work and be present mentally while we work is significantly impacted by the availability of childcare. Like transportation and housing, a strong childcare infrastructure fuels strong families and communities. Increasing resources for childcare creates jobs and allows parents to keep jobs as working parents. In addition, families of color face the highest barriers to care, including prohibitive costs, irregular work schedules, language barriers, lack of culturally competent, trusted options, and other issues. That is why we support this pilot program utilizing American Rescue Plan Act funds to provide streamlined resources and infrastructure needed to provide child care services locally. We appreciate that the key element of this initiative is to work with county employees to pilot best practices that will support families. SEIU members are eager to participate in this process so that we can make it work and expand it in the future. Thank you for your time, and please vote yes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alan C., of course, another union member comes up to get more money from the taxpayers. Is this what we're really doing? As a parent, any parent here, people on the board, people in the audience, one of your proudest moments is when you have a new child come to the road, your child, how you want to raise it. Would I want a stranger watching my child when that child's a baby, indoctrinating him? The lady earlier got the award, she's meant to teach her child. You know who the best child care we have is the parents and Nanai, my own mother-in-law. You could not ask for a better child care than your own family versus a stranger. Yes, there are some child supports that do help, but do you really want to trust your child you just brought in this world to a complete stranger? No, never. Never will that happen for my family. And as I see here a union member coming up, where's the heart in this? Is it all for tax money, just to get more revenue, for more control? I mean, it is so ludicrous. And lastly, I'd just like to leave, if you may indulge me, please come tonight to the meeting. A lot of grandparents with children will be there to open Harborside Park. You as our member to represent our constituents, you can make a difference to get that Harborside reopened up, along with Health and Human Service Center. Do what you got to do to make it happen, sir, because it has gotten so crazy down there. And I don't feel for the people for that park that live in tract housing, tract apartments, but also for the people who live in the tents next to that. We got to help them all. Thank you so much. Let me take the time for that.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Bryant Rumbaugh. So in reading our little item 22, combating the child care crisis, certainly, you know, as I look at what's gone on the last couple of years, I know plenty of people that have, you know, not only lost their jobs, but, you know, I know people that have actually had to get secondary jobs and are put in situations where they are needing to have child care. Ultimately, the decision-making of government and really the ability for the citizenry to say we're not interested, you know, in poor management by our government is really what's gonna solve this. Okay, certainly I agree with Alan. We're more or less the parents are going to be the best people to caretake for a child, And, you know, when we live in a society where we've got absentee fathers galore, we've got mothers that are drug addicted, we've got just systemic societal issues, you know, the problems are going to be deeper than just getting more ARPA funds to throw at another problem. You know, the whole idea that we haven't learned that yet really kind of is disappointing. Okay, and I am talking to all you guys that are kind of signing these checks, because you know, probably your heart, unless you're straight up evil, which I'm not going to believe that, you know, not yet. But ultimately, we need to find a better solution. We need to kind of look within a little bit. You know, destroying the family unit was a major protocol of these people that are kind of doing this to us, this group. And I will tell you that it took me years kind of studying it. I'm not here by accident. You know, I can show you guys video of, you know, who financed the women's liberation movement. You know, it really was financed to really create a society to where women had to have a job and destroy the family unit.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, they're causing the problem, and because you won't address the real problem, and I realize as a local board, a regional board, this isn't actually your authority. However, it is your responsibility from the ground up to point out the problems that in society that are causing this. If people see, these are some YouTube videos. If you see this title from 6 minutes and 40 seconds, you can see it with your fourth grader.
Mark, just a reminder that the item before you is item number 22.
Yes, this is the topic is childcare. Because children, the main cause of divorce is financial stress. And children having problems in the family is mainly caused from a lack of financing, that people don't have money. This video describes why that is happening, which the Federal Reserve is causing. And inflation, I've even heard you cite inflation, Nora, but you're not citing the cause of it. So because it's not being stopped, we are going to need more money for these children, and there's going to be a much bigger problem. And this is all intentional. It's systematic. It's built in that this will occur. It'll take a small percentage of the population constantly until it's got everyone. And you'll keep buying more and more property. Well, where will that go? You'll eventually own most of the property. And then we'll be renting from you, like Klaus Schwab said. In the future, in 2030, you'll own nothing and be happy. Well, how the hell could that happen? This is how it can happen. And it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be allowed. And you're not helping by buying up our property with our own money and then renting it back to us, as you don't stop the inflation problem of the Federal Reserve, and we all become poor. And the children suffer because of that.
So just a reminder,
that is your topic, right?
You're again being warned that you are off topic. If you continue to be off topic, your time will be forfeited.
It's not off topic.
The board rules and procedures. Thank you, Mark.
Why it's causing children to need help?
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be...
All right. Sir, you're disrupting the meeting.
Don't prohibit my Brown Act.
This is your second warning. You're disrupting the meeting, sir. Thank you.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, when it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Amen, Mark. Vargas, you stopped interrupting people. How about that? You're off topic. Now on to the statement. Who creates a society that makes it hard for its people to raise their own children? Government. When will the people who come begging government for help realize that the same people you come for help are the same ones going along with the establishment who creates these problems? Are you that sick to not see this? They rely heavy on your lack of taking responsibility for yourselves and on your ignorance. Wake up. Get involved. Pay attention to what these tyrants are doing. You can see how they hold these meetings. You can see she shuts the people up when they're supposedly off topic. She's not allowed to do that. It's against the Brown Act. She's in violation of her own Brown Act. Shut the fuck up.
You have been warned 3 times to remain on topic. You have forfeited your time. Please.
I was on topic, sister. You're not.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller.
Paula Bold. Nora, you are acting like a nanny. And it's disgusting, and I don't know what's wrong, but if you want to give yourself a heart attack early or other health problems, just keep it up.
Item 22, please, if you want to focus on that item.
Yes,
please do so.
right.
Otherwise, you
Okay, Nora, there's no question that the child care crisis, as it is labeled, is a bad thing, a horrible drain on society. But will we ever know what caused it, really? COVID? Something else? The letter says 1 in 8 child care settings closed after March of 2020, many never reopening their doors. 1/8 of what? And what were the stats before 2020? So 500,000 in resources and infrastructure, the equivalent of an average house, maybe 3 rehab jobs in San Diego, maybe less. And then 500,000 for a flex day pilot. Well, assuming that means a 24-hour shift, an $80 per hour average salary plus 25% overtime, and 30,000 for supplies, we've got enough employees, about 69 per shift by my calculations. Sounds like 2 or maybe 3 full-time centers with staffing for at least 50. But I don't know the real numbers. Government and SDGE don't like audit. For instance, despite throwing $12 million at the problem in 2021, of which at least $2 million are still in use, they don't know the cost, what the costs of running a child care facility are. Admit it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Thank you, Chair Vargas, Chair Lawson-Remer, and Supervisors Anderson and Desmond for listening to communities and understanding just how important childcare is for working families and for the functioning of our local economy. My name is Erin Hogeboom. I'm Director of San Diego for Every Child. I co-lead the Children First Collective San Diego, and I'm also the mother of a precocious 2-year-old who I'm lucky enough and grateful has loving caregivers to learn from and a safe educational environment to be at while I am at work. San Diego for Every Child's goal is to end the experience of child poverty across our San Diego communities. This entails widespread access to secure housing, healthy food, reliable health care, and affordable quality child care. For parents and families to work, we must have child care, and that's exactly what you're supporting with item 22, combating the child care crisis. Thank you for considering this additional allocation of ARPA dollars to the child care field, and in doing so, putting real action behind the child care blueprint. We know this investment will support providers, many of whom are subsidizing cost of care. It'll keep more kids in care, and it'll help parents and families stay afloat because they can work in a place that's as expensive to live as San Diego County. We are hopeful that this help lays the groundwork for more long-term investment in the child care sector by the county through a local dedicated fund. After all, a thriving child care infrastructure is something that we all benefit from. It keeps the wheels of our local economy moving, and it gives all kids, San Diego's very future, a strong foundation. Thank you again for this investment and for your ongoing support of the child care blueprint implementation.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning again. Kathleen Lippert here. I'd like to respond to Supervisor Lawson-Remer's comment concerning the scarcity of affordable child care. I respectfully offer that it is fair to say that the county's intention to weaken and or remove sensitive marijuana use setbacks to storefronts and other commercial businesses to lower the county's setbacks in order to align them with the state already do and will further reduce affordable child care resources. Please protect child care resources and communities by keeping the promises of sensitive use setbacks that were of highest priority to the public. County policies should be carefully evaluated for their ability to undermine or countermand one another. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Jose Armendariz, and I just want to thank Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson Remer, and Board of Supervisors for considering further allocating ARPA dollars into the field of child care services and early childhood education. By working particularly in this field in subsidized child care services, I have seen how families greatly benefit from comprehensive access to child care services. For example, in our previous parent survey, we had a response of that 56% parents in our program accepted a better job, and that 42% of people involved in our program accepted a job. So we can see how child care services benefits our working community and greatly our overall local community. Thank you for considering further investing these ARPA dollars, as I said, into the child care services. Our society will benefit. I have seen directly how families improve their quality of life, and thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Courtney Baltiski with the YMCA of San Diego County and a co-leader of Children First Collective San Diego. We support and enthusiastically appreciate the work that Supervisor Lawson Remer and Chair Vargas are putting into this item today, as well as the support of Supervisors Anderson and Desmond on understanding the importance of access to quality, affordable child care. We greatly appreciate the data-driven approach that was spoken about earlier in the meeting, and really appreciate partnership with folks like Chicano Federation, our local planning council, to be evidence-informed in how we address the child care crisis. We want to lift up the regional EDC's inclusive growth strategy and how they have incorporated child care as a benchmark to that, and hope that county staff continue to engage with that tool in the decision-making for investment and initiatives to come. Thank you for bringing the San Diego County Child Care Blueprint to life, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
The truth, this is actually a very simple crisis to solve. There's two easy solutions. One, parents, do your jobs and take care of your children. Pinch pennies and get help where needed. And two, the county could just declare another fraudulent emergency and bam, free debt dollars made up of the blood, sweat, and tears of the average hardworking Americans and printed with interest on the Federal Reserve's constantly running inflation-causing printing presses. This item claims that women of color suffer especially from a lack of access to child care. Does that mean, for example, that if the single mother's white and her daughter's black, that she has it easier? What if the single mother's black and her daughter's nice and mixed? Who suffers more? I think the answer is that logic is suffering. And this item is trying to blame the COVID-19 pandemic for the child care issue. But everyone knows the anti-science extremist 2020 county lockdowns that used COVID as an excuse to destroy society. That's caused all senseless issues we have been facing. In this case, the lack of workers and businesses. People closed shop and got the heck out of California because they rejected demands of masks, gloves, plexiglass, 6 feet distance stickers and signs, toxic sanitizers, and deadly clot shots. Sadly, there's also a lack of children now. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for 10 to 24-year-olds, and that's a direct consequence of you supervisors' demands and lockdowns. So, Tara and Nora, you want real solutions? Delete the blueprint. Quit with the totalitarian demands and end expensive permits for people to open home daycares. Keep government out of the way of life. It's all very simple. But too bad this is just a way to dump $1 million of some of the last American Ruination Plan Act debt dollars to the benefit of the purple shirt beggars. It's a scam, just like Eric McDonald's math. You guys need to quit pushing people's buttons. It's annoying.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I called in to support item 22 and the 4 recommendations from staff. And I would particularly like to highlight staff recommendation 1, where it mentions this pilot under consideration would focus its licensing and resources to enhance the infrastructure needs for new and existing child care providers and family child care homes. And it's the family child care home I'd like to address. My understanding is that family child care homes make up the preponderance of child care available here in our county, and that more than 50% of these child care homes, these family child care homes, are in rental properties and often in multi-unit housing complexes like apartment houses and HOAs. We, many of us here in the county as public health workers, assist these multi-unit housing complexes where the family child care homes exist be smoke-free. And I'd just like to add as a tangential issue to the support for family child care homes, how wise it would be to have a policy that would make all multi-unit housing complexes smoke-free, like we see in other counties across the state, and that are allowed by law. And how nice that would be for these family child care homes, that when their children are outside playing or inside, that they are not troubled by seeping secondhand smoke into their play yards or into their homes where children are living and eating and learning. Something to consider as we go forward to care about good health and good child care. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Audra to call back into our conference line. Looks like we had a technical issue that has been resolved, if she'd like to call back in. We'll give her a minute to dial back into the call-in system. Audra, I'll continue to monitor the conference line, and if you call back in, we'll be happy to hear your comments.
All right, so I am going to go ahead and thank you for those folks that called in today. This is a very important initiative that I have the honor of working with Vice Chair Lawson Reamer. So I'm going to have her introduce the board letter, and then I'm happy to make comment.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you, and thank you for all the folks who not only called in today in support, but also were really instrumental in putting this together, because it really does reflect a lot of input from our providers in the community and people who know firsthand what the needs are. But first, I just want to make an amendment to correct the recommendation language to reflect the appropriate contract solicitation needed for this item. So Andrew, I think you have this, if you might share on the screen for my reference of my colleagues. I'll just read it, but I think it's a little technical, so let me just wait till it's up. Okay. So if we can strike and issue a competitive procurement from recommendation 1 and add recommendation 2, which states, in accordance with section 401, article XX111 of the County Administrative Code, authorize the Director, Department of Purchasing and Contracting to issue competitive solicitations to support the implementation of the pilot program related to the County of San Diego's Child Care Blueprint as outlined in Recommendation 1, and upon successful negotiations and determination of a fair and reasonable price, award contracts for a term of 1 year with 4 option years and up to an additional 6 months if needed, to amend the contracts as needed to reflect changes to services and funding. And then strike through and 2 on recommendation 4 and change to say 1 through 3. And lastly, for recommendation 5, we need to strike 3 and change to 4 to reflect the funding source. So these are all very technical changes regarding the competitive solicitation. Okay, so that would be the amendment. Hopefully my co-docketeer would accept my amendment. Yeah.
I can't read that. Can we put it on the screen here? Because it's not big enough font from this distance for me. Oh, I can do it myself.
Amazing. Thank you, Andrew.
Awesome.
Fantastic. So now with that piece completed, I can get down to the real issue here, which is that San Diego is facing a massive childcare crisis. And the lack of childcare providers has directly impacted our workforce and their ability to prioritize both work and families. When I had my daughter, Eva Kai, this was very apparent for me. I searched high and low for a childcare provider and came up against lots of roadblocks, including centers that only had availability 2 days a week. So I had Tuesday and Thursday. That doesn't really cut it if you have a full-time job. So as a county, we have a responsibility to do everything we can to fix a system that is not working for the families and the communities we represent. And we've worked closely with local parents and childcare providers to develop the childcare blueprint to increase access to quality, affordable childcare, expand our childcare workforce, and build more capacity at existing facilities. So the item I'm bringing forward with Chairwoman Vargas today directly supports this vision by developing a pilot program to increase childcare center capacity within our region, as well as investing in staffing and training needs. And we also are developing an emergency child care flex system for county workers where you can get paid days off if an emergency arises and you're in a pinch for child care. So I think this second part provides important needed flexibility to really provide our county workforce the flexibility and the support that they need to tend to their families. And this is just a step in the right direction. I know I've had a lot of people say, is this going to solve our childcare crisis? No, certainly not. But we are absolutely focused on working to build long-term capacity in childcare and its workforce. And I am excited about this approach because it invests in capacity building that then can allow us to have increased capacity in our childcare centers and our childcare providers going into the future, as opposed to just being, $1 out the door today. It really is investing in creating sustainable solutions for the future. So I would be grateful for the support of my colleagues in moving for this item, and would like to make a motion along with the amendment. Thank you.
I'm happy to make that. Second the motion, but I'm going to let, we have a caller, and then I'll make my comments.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We'll resume public comment again. Apologies for the technical issue.
A technical issue? For real, you guys blocked me from calling in, and then just in time for you guys to speak, you unblocked me so I could call in. And now you're claiming it's a technical issue. That's BS. You're working on kicking everybody out of this meeting, and people need to talk about the things that you're doing. You're not giving them the space to do it, Nora. It's really rather ridiculous, because I know that is intentional. You guys know whose number is calling from who, and you can do that. Yeah, put your hand on your head, whatever, and oh my gosh, I can't believe she's saying this. Yeah. Childhood care, the city has already been making people put on their leases that they have to allow child care to take place in homes because there's a need for it, right? So as long as you guys keep meddling in all of this, when you don't even understand that you're the cause of the problem, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're bummed that you let me back in. But you should be, because you should be allowing people to say whatever they want. It's a First Amendment right. You all took an oath to that. And you sit here and you're doing things that are purely evil, and you think it's funny because you act like you have all this control over the people. Maybe if you guys quit doing that, then people would be able to talk about things instead of you just interrupting them and basically telling them what they're saying isn't on topic. The topic is whatever they need it to be. And if the word "and" is in the agenda, they can say and speak about "and" all day long if they want to. But it's really sad that you guys do this and act like, oh, we want to hear from the people. And then you say people follow you around, Nora, and all this shit. Look what you guys do to the people. If I was there, I guarantee you the sheriff would have drugged me out by my arms and legs again and beat the shit out of me in the hallway.
All right, I've
All
given
for
you
nothing to happen again.
on topic, please.
I don't care. That is the topic.
Child care crisis is
Yes,
number 20.
child care crisis. It is a crisis. It is a very big crisis. And you guys don't even care about kids, Nora. You want to rip children apart limb by limb.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you for all those folks that were able to join us and provide their public comment. I want to say thank you to the Vice Chair for her partnership in this. You know, I think what's really powerful about this work that we're doing is that this is work that's coming from the community. And, you know, we heard loud and clear regarding the blueprint. And this board letter is really a result of those conversations and the community ongoing work and challenges. And, you know, it really, I think this particular board letter emphasizes our commitment to support families while at the same time building on the American dream of building entrepreneurship and really strengthening our community. And so I'm excited because I really do believe that childcare is a public good and that we all have a role to play in this, and it's such a critical opportunity. We basically are expanding capacity, right, by ensuring that we have folks that are licensed and creating infrastructure for childcare providers and families, particularly underserved areas. I think it's going to make a huge difference. We are also, like I mentioned, really empowering entrepreneurs because the initiative really provides additional training and workforce development for childcare providers, which is really what we want to make sure that in the end we are providing high quality care to every child. And in addition to that, I really appreciate the fact that we are walking the walk by making sure that we're recognizing the challenges that are faced by many of our county employees. And so this pilot program, I think, offers up the opportunity to have this 3 emergency childcare flex days that are going to really make a difference, we hope, in people's lives. And so I'm excited about this. I want to again thank all of the folks that participated in this process. This is really a labor of love for all of them, and they've been very engaged, not only in the blueprint, in this board letter, and then in addition to that, I think the other piece is that it will allow us to gather information and data that later will be able to help us as we are advocating for additional dollars from both the federal government and the state government. So I am thrilled to be seconding this motion and to be working in partnership with the Vice Chair so that we can make sure that everyone in our communities has access to childcare no matter what their zip code. So thank you for that. With that, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I read through that. If you wouldn't mind putting it back up again, I had a couple quick questions. I was very excited to support this, but the amendments, I'd like to understand why we wouldn't use a competitive procedure since this is a $500,000 contract and we're trying to get the best results. Why wouldn't we want to use a competitive process?
Would you like me to answer that, Chair?
Yep.
This amendment language actually is what it takes is the competitive procurement authorization into number 2 and authorizes DPC to go ahead and do the solicitation consistent with our standard procedures. So this is the type of standard language when there is a request for competitive bid or for authorization for solicitations that we provide for Department of Purchasing and Contracting.
So the department's doing it, not procurement. Is that essentially what we've done?
Purchasing and contract, the Department of Purchasing and Contracting would issue the solicitation.
Oh, they would?
Yes, so they would take care of it in normal accordance with their procedures.
Okay, I'm still confused.
I apologize for the confusion. So generally, our purchasing and contracting department under the charter is authorized to issue the procurement and solicitations and to go through that process accordance with its procedures. And that's what this does. This just is more specific as to and consistent with our practice of how we request authorizations to issue procurements. It does not substantively change the requirements to a competitive solicitation.
We just wrote it in a way that's legal.
Yeah, so technically the amendment.
So there's nothing changed. It's
No.
just, we didn't write it correctly the first time.
Technically,
Not a
the
substantive
amendment
change.
cleans it up, right? So we can be in compliance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Any other comments?
No, yeah, well, I do have another one, but I'm relieved that I can vote for it and not have some sort of issue. You know, the need for this is great, and we know that so many of our employees lose days, and that hurts all of us. When quality people aren't at the helm to do the people's work, we don't always have it. And the 3-day emergency leave is really the focal point. I went back and checked with HR, and it's not only just for childcare, but if we have an elderly parent at home, if we have an elderly person at home, if they know that they need services, we provide benefits for them to get those services and apply through our programs. But if it's an emergency, for example, a caregiver doesn't show up and you're stuck last minute having to care for that senior in your home, or if there's an emergency doctor's appointment, we have no procedure whatsoever to give those people that benefit. And I was wondering if the motion maker and the second would consider including only on the emergency portion, giving them the same access, because we know that that's a great need. And I understand in the ARPA framework that this money was designated for childcare, but I believe that we voted on that framework, and I believe that perhaps this board has the ability to change the framework.
Let me have our CEO.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Because of the way this was noticed and the titling of child care crisis, we're limited on that amendment today, but what we can do is we can take that and put that into our aging roadmap, which is coming back at the next meeting. And so therefore, we would be compliant with the Brown Act by including seniors into this program in the next board meeting. Is that correct, Council? Let me just make sure I'm interpreting that correctly.
Yes, correct. It can come back in a different board letter item, as it was not agendized. The agenda is child care specific.
Yeah, and for the record, I think that I think some of us asked those questions as well in terms of the bigger picture, but really prioritize these funds for this matter. But I'm glad that there's a way for us to
We
look into
absolutely
it.
can do that, and we already have our aging roadmap that was scheduled for the next board meeting anyway. So if it's okay with you all, we would just bring that at that point, and we'll notice it correctly for that.
I'm very easy to get along. That sounds great.
That works for everyone?
Yep.
Okay. Got that. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Desmond.
Thanks. I have a question and just a couple of comments. And I just, because Tara, when you would put this forward, I saw 4 paragraphs of there. Oh my gosh. So I'm trying to understand it real quick. But I guess, could I say, Helen, could you, I hear that the competitive process is still going to be in place. But how do you understand this?
This was a technical adjustment when council put their comments back, they didn't get incorporated into the final board letter. So it's redundant, if you can see on 1 and 2. So it's already covered in item 2. So it's just removed from item 1. Item 1 is just telling me to set up a program.
Okay.
Item 2 is saying, go do a competitive solicitation, so we're good there. And then number 4 was just, it should have been 3.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, it was
It's
just
all
kind of hit me. I
technical
was like,
adjustments. Yep, no other changes.
Tara, when you were explaining it, I was trying to read it, and it just didn't all sink in. So I appreciate that. And then I think it's a great use of the ARPA funds, and I know we set this money aside, so I'm glad to see it being put to good use. and it's a pilot program with, within, my understanding, it's within the county employees only. It is the pilot program. Okay, to do this, because a couple of comments I heard, is this going to provide childcare access to everyone? I think that's, I don't the government is the right entity for doing that. I guess going out with a bigger picture for everyone. I can see enhancing maybe private industries or private childcare places, maybe helping them out, but I'm a little bit wary of the government being the childcare for everyone. So I appreciate I'm happy to support the pilot program. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you, and thank you for all those that participated in this process. The next item on the agenda is assessing the regional capacity need for board and care and subacute services support medical eligible adults with behavioral health conditions. I'm going to go ahead and take public comment, and then I'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 9 requests to speak on item 23. 3 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 2 e-comments, 1 in favor and 1 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor of this item, followed by the individuals in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Denise Serrano, followed by the speakers in opposition, Brian Rumbaugh and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and fellow board supervisors. My name is Denise Serrano, and I'm here representing UC San Diego Health on behalf of CEO Patty Mason. As the only academic medical center in San Diego, UC San Diego Health, the county's initiative to evaluate the regional demand for board and care facilities. Board and care facilities are especially crucial for the transitional care of patients with behavioral health conditions who are ready to move from hospitals into the community to an appropriate level of care. Within our own healthcare system, we are challenged to hold patients who no longer need acute levels of care and who would benefit from board and care facilities. Our belief is to help out patients where they are and to transition to self-sufficiency wherever we can. We believe more resources like board and care beds will help our patients in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Mark, assessing the need for board care and subacute services to support medical eligible adults with behavioral health conditions. I think there is a need. I think it's being exacerbated by everyone that ever watches old stations like MeTV. There's pharmaceutical commercials between every program, and they list incredible side effects. There are probably people here in this room that have been damaged from pharmaceuticals. So these are some YouTube videos people can see. Also, of course, you're going to have stress is a known cause of behavioral health problems. And when people are poor, with inflation continuing because no one in government that people could look to is pointing to the problem of the Federal Reserve, which is causing inflation, there's going to be a lot more stress and mental health problems. And since the pharmaceutical companies have lots of drugs that are producing many more side effects for many people than the drugs are actually, than what they're made to combat, we're going to see a lot more problems with that. These are all YouTube video titles. So anyone that sees these can get a good idea of what's going on in our society and why these problems are happening. They're intentional. The stress is intentional. Taking our property away is intentional. People, therefore, don't have a good standard of living. They don't feel loved. And they break down. And it's going to continue unless you guys point out these problems I just held up.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, a quick question. I'm just curious who exactly it is that determines whether a person has a behavioral health problem. You know, this is a little bit new to me, this one here, but I would like to talk about it. You know, one thing I will say, UCSD, you know, I remember one day the economics guy came in here and said that we possibly were going to be entering a recession. I honestly felt stupider after listening to him, and that's the truth. That would have been maybe about before the summer. You know, I do want to say, once again, with big government just throwing money, you know, that's a big tax credit to give to people. You know, I personally know essentially, you know, people with developmental disabilities. We used to call them mental retardation. You know, I personally know a guy who has many of these facilities where he boards these and gets state-funded money, and it is quite a lucrative venture for him. It's literally like a little mini mafia. Him and his entire family. They own numerous of these things. Okay, so we need to be, once again, us throwing money at things and you know, really society not exactly taking care of our own. We're going to end up, you know, kind of spinning our wheels, and we're going to end up kind of pretending like we're solving problems when we're doing nothing but essentially, you know, keeping them going. So that's my input. I hope it was helpful.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul the Bold. I hate to sound mean, but haven't you guys given enough of our tax dollars to behavioral health? And there is still a growing problem. I think the patients are there for sure. We don't need another study to count the numbers while the problem grows. Behavioral conditions take many forms and have many costs, from keeping the patient happy and making sure he or she doesn't wander off to 24/7 drug treatment and security. If you haven't done this yet, you probably won't do a very good job now. And why waste time? We need to treat these people now, not do fancy reports on them. Then there are the people who keep arguing publicly in meetings for months and months, or people who cut people off for having a sentence or two off topic, or expel people for clapping between speakers when the clerk goes right on to the next guys. Yes, these conditions definitely do take many forms. Isn't there a pad, by the way, set aside in the budget already for such contingencies, like a few people with behavioral health conditions that suddenly need to be corrected? Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. My name is Susan Bauer, and I serve as the local government and community liaison with the Regional Task Force on Homelessness, or RTFH. RTFH wholeheartedly supports Supervisor Anderson's item assessing the regional capacity and need for boarding care and subacute services to support Medi-Cal-eligible adults with behavioral health conditions. It's a critical issue facing our region, and it's heartening to see the board take this issue head-on. Over the last decade, San Diego County has experienced significant boarding care capacity loss, which has negatively impacted service delivery across the continuum of care by reducing capacity and therefore resulting in bottlenecks within higher levels of care, including acute inpatient care and long-term care or subacute care. The lack of these facilities is felt acutely by seniors experiencing homelessness in our region, with adults over 55 making up nearly 30% of our unsheltered population. Too many seniors are left without a place to go and get the help they need. We must do better. This proposed regional needs assessment is a critical first step to understanding the gaps throughout the county. Our TFH deeply appreciates Supervisor Anderson bringing this item forward, and we stand ready to help in any capacity we can to ensure that we make real progress on this important area of care. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Beam, Associate Director of Cal AIM, speaking on behalf of PATH, People Assisting the Homeless. I'd like to commend Supervisor Anderson for putting this important item forward. Our teams are seeing a substantial increase in the number of older adults who are experiencing homelessness and those with poorly managed mental health and chronic health conditions. Sadly, the options available for us to help are limited, especially for those with challenges performing their activities of daily living, things like bathing, ambulating, and dressing, yet they don't meet the skilled nursing facility criteria. There is no shelter setting nor recuperative care facility that can accommodate this population, so they cycle in and out of hospitals and nursing facilities between brief stints on the street. Boarding care facilities are an essential resource on the medical and shelter continuum of care for this population. Due to the number of facilities dwindling in recent years and 2 to 3 year-long waits for an assisted living waiver, this resource has been all but inaccessible to the Medi-Cal population. We need to ensure that these types of sites are available and accessible in each region of the county. Increased availability of these types of resources can also help our healthcare partners by transitioning patients out of crowded ERs and inpatient settings to more appropriate, cost-effective placements. It can also help ensure that the most vulnerable in our community do not spend their last days on the street. As you pursue this report and strategies, PATH welcomes the opportunity to weigh in with feedback and data as needed. Thank you again for working to improve the system and find more solutions to help those experiencing homelessness.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Don't cut me off, you guys, and your whole, trying to make it so I can't call back in. Oh, you didn't sign up for this item, and then hung up on me twice. I had to call in a third time. You need to quit doing that. So this whole thing with your behavioral health stuff and your anticipated needs, even needs 19,000 behavioral health workers, is terrifying because you guys are taking conservatorship over people, trying to say that they have a behavioral health issue. For all we know, you're going to use that for the parents who don't want their children to detransition. So the writing is clear. People need to see that this isn't something where it's like, oh, there's just, you have an anticipated need because of people not in, line with what you guys are doing, who dissent from all the things that you are doing. You believe they have a behavioral health issue and should either be beaten the crap out of in those chambers or be put into a home. And you're using our own money to do it. And you have people that are deciding who does and who doesn't have a behavioral health issue, all while those people pretty much have a behavioral health issue, just like all of you guys do. You want to say it's us, but you guys are the ones lying to the people, perpetuating the problems that continue to go on, all while you take the people's money and use it to destroy their lives and, claim that they have some kind of issue because they're not, agreeing with what you're saying. And that's terrifying because you can do it to children, you can do it to the adults. It's just like if you're not in compliance, if you don't conform, if you don't do everything we say, then you have an issue and we're going to lock you up. It's terrifying, especially because when you guys don't even want to hear what people have to say, or you're like, we want to hear quit saying that when you're silencing people continually. Surprised you haven't kicked everybody out of this meeting yet. But it's coming, like, you're playing with fire, Laura, and when you do that, you get burned, just like Nathan did. So remember that.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Unlike Joel, I'm hard to get along because I have principles and ethics. This is truth. Adult residential facilities and residential care facilities for the elderly. All that matters is who's in charge of the programming. There's licensing and 24-hour care in the prisons too, and yet inmates are dying or being killed at a record rate. So I'm going to say if it's Bergman in charge of this program, people will be doomed. Here's why. I caught greedy Luke Bergman pushing this craziness.
We grew up in Oceanside. This is the crisis stabilization unit. I'm not kidding, and I'm not exaggerating. It feels like a day spa, like places I used to spend hundreds of dollars for, like, birthday presents to send my wife. A place you would just want to hang out. It doesn't have beds. You can see these green chairs. It's entirely locked. A locked facility. It feels like a day spa.
Yeah, you're going to be locked up in a day spa. Isn't that great? Man, but you know what? Those billion-dollar prison spas are too good for criminals who do not provide the type of care described in this item. Bergman also said he didn't want to take the state's name in vain. Well, that makes perfect sense since he's got no problem taking the state's money. Here in this item, the county's accepting almost $61 million in state debt dollars to keep buying over $1 million beds to justify the expansion of the behavioral health beast by 18,500 employees, doubling the size of county government. So you see, it's not just mayors with bad intentions, Nora. It's intentionally bad policies by supervisors or so-called health professionals with bad intentions. Luke Bergman himself said psychological despair is up by 500%. So clearly what you guys are doing isn't working. And the county's a lot more than stuffy, as Bergman also said. It's actually just wrong in all of its false solutions offered. So you guys need to talk to him because he thinks that places where you're locked up are like spas where he would send his wife. That's ridiculous.
Thank you, and Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all know our adult residential facilities and Board of Care facilities provide vital support to the vulnerable adults who require a level of 24-hour care and supervision, often due to behavioral or mental health conditions. They are a crucial part of our community's housing landscape. Unfortunately, board and care operational costs have only gone up, and state reimbursement rates for our Med-Cal populations remain inadequate. As a result of the pandemic, several board and care closed their doors in the last year. With the homeless crisis continuing to soar, there's a growing need for licensed board and care within the continuum of permanent housing solutions. Various populations, including those with serious mental illness, experiencing homelessness, and individuals transitioning from subacute care in hospital settings require this level of care and support. By the way, I want to thank my colleagues because we took this very seriously and changed and added a pilot to rural San Diego County, bringing people out to those who can't get to their appointments, ensuring that they have better, healthy outcomes. To address these ongoing challenges, I'm proposing an evaluation of the capacity of board and care facilities and subacute beds within each supervisorial district. I believe we need to identify and quantify the number of beds needed and the strategies to enhance system capacity. This assessment will help us bridge the gap in regional board of care bed requirements and the capacity. By investing in additional board and care facilities and subacute beds, we will help reduce the cost and the strain on our hospitals, emergency departments, jails, and our shelter system. I also want to thank and highlight SHARP, Grossmont Healthcare District, UCSD Health, the Regional Task Force on Homelessness, the Jewish Family Services, Serving Seniors, San Ysidro Health, and many others for writing letters of support for this. And I look forward to earning my colleagues' vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a motion, sir?
That is my motion, and
right.
long-winded as it seems.
No, fantastic. I'm happy to second the motion. I really do believe that the behavioral health optimal care pathways model, we know that the board carries key part of the continuum, and so many of the folks who are enrolled in Medi-Cal who reside in board and care settings have limited income. The cost to receive this level of care presents a great challenge for them sometimes. So I know that this is an issue that Dr. Bergman has previously uplifted, and I appreciate the recent work that has been done to provide patch funding with the recent behavioral health bridge housing grant to help cover the cost. And so I am excited about this. There's a lot right now happening in the state of California, particularly in the legislature about the direction of this work, and have been very engaged at CSAC and the urban counties of California to really make sure that we are seeking more funding. But I think this is a wonderful effort to identify sustainable funding and a mechanism to support the care that folks need it. So proud. Yes, too proud to say that that's a second for me because it's really important. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We're now moving on to discussion item number 4. I'm going to turn it over to the public.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. This is item 24, issuing a tax-exempt and taxable revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of True Care Property Holdings, LLC, North County Healthcare Project, Incorporated, doing business as True Care and/or a related successor entity in an aggregate maximum amount not to exceed $12,500,000. We have 5 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Both speakers are in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Mark and Brian Rumbaugh. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So I do apologize. I actually thought we were on the other item previously when I was discussing about the gentleman who I know who essentially has state-funded dollars that are supporting, people that essentially want to house or board their loved ones with developmental disabilities, that type of thing, state-funded. It really is kind of a. In that particular case, I do know a fair amount about it, and it is pretty much a, try to put it lightly here, it's a racket is really what it boils down to. That was the story that I wanted to talk about. I don't know much about True Care Property. They've probably not been around too long. It doesn't look like. I just tried to look them up. But, hopefully it's a good solution. Hopefully it actually solves some problems as opposed to kind of, just funnels money left and right and forward and backward, because that's really what we need to get away from. When I keep hearing Mark talking about the Federal Reserve and that type thing, it is an issue. We all need to understand that when we have an unstable currency, it is an issue. Okay? That was my input.
Final call for Mark. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Sad thing is, everything that you guys do is all about money and all about, not really health care. And so anything that has to do with True Care, that's not True Care, okay? And so $12.5 million, just going to have to say no on that, because we never acknowledge or get down to the real issues of what's going on, why people need health care or any kinds of care for that matter. We just want to continue the problems, because then otherwise we can't offer a solution, because it's always about continuing with some kind of an emergency or crisis so that, the money keeps coming in because you get contracts. Everything you guys do is about money. It has nothing to do with making things better, because if you made things better, the money wouldn't come in. You would be jobless, right? So you have to continually create issues and offer the solution and use the people's money to do it, all while virtue signaling like you're doing such a great stuff for the county, when in reality you're destroying it and destroying people's lives because you're not being honest with them. You're not telling them that, their health can be affected by, the things that they spray above us, and no particulate matter, the weather warfare, the genocide shots that, has HIV and herpes and so many things in it, including nanotechnology that they are using with the 5G. You're not talking about the 5G. You don't talk about the lithium batteries that are bombs. You don't talk about the radiation that comes from all of the clean energy that you claim is clean. And so until we get down to the real issues, it's like everything you're doing is basically laundering money, and, this is like racketeering. Just keep doing it, because you guys love your money, right? And you're destroying it really well. So your handlers are very, very impressed, especially Satan. He's really, really happy, like I told you before. Everything that you're doing, he's like on fire for you guys. So yeah,
Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's truth, and I've got the answers. The California Enterprise Development Authority wants to give over $412 million in debt to True Care Property Holdings, LLC, for their acquisition and construction of one of their Oceanside locations. On the True Care website, they have an FAQ about COVID. Under the question, is the COVID-19 vaccine safe? It says, quote, the COVID-19 vaccines have been rigorously tested for safety before being authorized for use, end quote. Yet they also admit, quote, the FDA has granted emergency use authorization for 3 COVID-19 vaccines, end quote. Under the question, can the vaccine give me COVID-19? It says, quote, it's possible you could be infected with the virus that causes COVID-19 after vaccination and get sick, end quote. That's for you, Tara. Under, do I need to come back for the second dose? It says, quote, get the second shot even if you have side effects after the first one, unless the vaccination provider or your doctor tells you not to, end quote. How about this, quote, when visiting True Care health centers, everyone is still required to wear a mask, end quote. This is the best one, though. Isn't it better to have your natural immune system respond versus a vaccine? Answer, quote, getting the virus again is uncommon in the 90 days after the first infection with the virus that causes COVID-19. We won't know how long immunity lasts after vaccination, end quote. True Care also tells people to go to the lying CDC and the county's HHSA website to learn more about COVID. Of course, they're a county partner. Clearly, this real health destruction corporation, True Care, or True Miscare, is absolutely nuts and spreading disinformation. There's absolutely no public approval, as the Internal Revenue Code references, though. Everyone needs to watch out for this toxic clinic in Oceanside, Ramona, San Marcos, and Encinitas. They don't deserve any money. I don't care what it is. They don't even have any answers for a regular old virus that hasn't really killed anybody, unlike the shot. We know that for it to be a fact. Even their website pretty much admits.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, one of my favorite topics. Next, item number 25, excess contribution to reduce pension unfunded actually accrued liability. I'm going to turn it over to our team.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, I'm here today to talk about today's recommendation to establish appropriations for the required contribution to the San Diego County Employee Retirement Association to reduce the pension unfunded actuarially accrued liability based on revenues generated by better than anticipated assessed value growth. I'd like to start out our conversation today by providing a brief economic update focusing on drivers that impact our local economy and key general fund revenues. I'll also provide an update on the performance of the retirement system. Starting with unemployment, this slide provides unemployment data for the county, the state, and the U.S. as of July, the most recently released data for all agencies. As for our local unemployment, there were 62,800 unemployed in our region as of July. This translates to an unadjusted 3.9% unemployment rate in San Diego County compared to 3.4% this time last year. The San Diego region's unemployment rate is roughly in alignment with the U.S. overall rates of 3.8% and lower than the 4.8% rate for the state of California. It's worth noting that recently released data for September indicates that the U.S. labor market added 187,000 jobs in August, outpacing growth levels in both June and July, which were both revised downward from initial reports. A slowdown in job growth and rising employment are the types of signals that federal policymakers are monitoring as they evaluate the feasibility of future rate hikes to control inflation, which moves us to the next topic, which is the interest rate environment. As the Federal Reserve is monitoring inflation, it has hiked up the effective federal funds rate to try to temper prices. As the Fed fund rate rises, interest rates, including mortgage rates, have followed. In August, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage rate increased to 7%, up about 2% from a year ago. The impacts of recent rate hikes are apparent in certain areas of the economy, including in our local housing market and those areas that are driven by consumer purchasing power. These inflationary pressures on consumer discretionary activity have slowed the rate of growth in sales tax revenue. In some instances, this slowing growth is anticipated to occur faster than what was assumed when we developed our budget this year. Staff are working with the county's sales tax consultant to analyze the specific impacts of these trends, and will be reporting back to your board with any current year impacts as a part of the first quarter status report, and of course incorporating any longer term impacts to our long-term financial planning activities. Despite rising interest rates, limited inventory of homes for sale have led to continued strong pricing in San Diego's housing market, which influence local property values and related property tax revenues. Property taxes are one of the most reliable and stable sources of revenue for the county and heavily influence general purpose revenue, or what we refer to as GPR, which is the county's only discretionary funding source. This chart depicts historical and projected assessed value growth. Final assessed value growth for this year was 7% in comparison to the healthy 5% that was used to build this year's budget. The resultant current year over-realized property tax revenue is required by administrative code to be sent to SD Sarah as an excess contribution to reduce our unfunded actuarially accrued liability. Looking forward to fiscal year 24-25, these amounts will be incorporated into budget planning activities, and our Office of Financial Planning will continue to work closely with the assessor's team to monitor conditions and to adjust assumptions going forward for our long-term outlook. This chart provides a 10-year historical look at the annual investment returns for the retirement fund. As of June 30, 2023, the retirement fund saw returns over 9.6%, which are above the assumed earnings target of 6.5%. This is good news for the county's contribution amount, but this does follow last year's negative returns of 9.4%. We acknowledge that retirement rates are volatile, and though a measure of budget stability comes from SD Sarah's practice of smoothing market gains and losses over 5 years and amortizing the unfunded liability over 20 years. But nevertheless, just because of the size of the county's retirement payments to SD Sarah, there can be notable year-over-year changes in the planned retirement contributions, so we closely monitor what anticipated payments will be. And with that in mind, we'll take a look at the next slide, which is projected retirement costs based on these latest retirement fund returns. So first, I'd like to just start out to note that the fund's final June 30th performance does not impact the current budget year. Instead, contributions for next fiscal year will be determined based on the final valuation report, which is scheduled to be released in the fall. This slide is an estimation of projected cost based on modeling that was prepared by SD Sarah's actuary pending the release of that final valuation report. So it's some preliminary information for us. And I'll also note that the amounts here on this slide include pension obligation bond debt service in addition to the amounts that will be sent to SD Sarah for the employer contribution. Now, these amounts that we have here listed on this slide assume that there will be no changes in actuarial assumptions in the future and that the fund will meet all of its assumptions each year in the future. And of course, we can't predict actual results, but we know that results will inherently vary year to year from what we're seeing here, but we use this for planning purposes accordingly. In addition, it should be noted that SD Sarah's practice is to perform a review of all of the actuarial assumptions every 3 years. The next review is scheduled for early 2025, and the actuarial assumptions that are approved by SD Sarah's board at that time will be used starting in the June 30, 2025 valuation, which will impact our contributions in fiscal year 26-27. For the upcoming year, we are projecting $854 million of retirement costs, which includes our contribution to SD Sarah as well as SD Sarah bond payments. Over the long term, we are using today's assumptions. We're anticipating that our total cost of retirement, as you can see here on this slide, will peak at $945 million in fiscal year 25-26. This is slightly lower than the same time last year. We were anticipating that cost would peak at $956 million at the same time last year for that period. With the Retirement Association's amortization of the UAL over 20 years, we are projecting that the UAL, or the liability, will peak at $4.8 billion in fiscal year 2025 before it starts to decline, with the fund ultimately reaching a funded status of 80% shortly thereafter. One of the county's financial management strategies that's helped to mitigate and plan for volatility to the cost of retirement has been to send excess contributions to SD Sarah to help pay down the unfunded liability ahead of schedule. In support of that strategy, today's action will establish appropriations to direct on a one-time basis $31.1 million of estimated over-realized revenue generated by better than anticipated assessed value growth as a one-time contribution to the Retirement Association in alignment with the administrative code and board policy. This action is a part of our long-term strategy to manage ongoing pension costs to help ensure that the county's commitment to providing public employees retirement is maintained while also maintaining service delivery to the public. As we move forward over the coming months in updating our long-term financial forecast, there are several acute risks that we are mindful of. Economic uncertainty due to high inflation and its impact on our sales tax revenue is certainly a risk. While slowing growth was anticipated overall, we are seeing indicators that the trajectory of that slowdown may come sooner than what we expected. And this is critical because we rely on over $1.5 billion of sales tax revenue to support key public safety and health-related programs. Besides inflation, a federal government shutdown is likely to happen this year, which could have impacts to some of the county's programs. We're actively monitoring the potential impacts here as information on potential impacts is received. And as for retirement, even though we saw a 9.6% investment return this year, we've seen that retirement rates are volatile. We're also continuing to monitor what happens at the state level. This current year, the enacted state budget managed a deficit of $32 billion. And while counties weren't heavily impacted this fiscal year, we are aware that if the state has a second year of a budgetary deficit to be resolved, that state revenues to the county may be impacted as well. To combat these risks, some of the mitigation strategies we will use include, of course, leveraging normal attrition and budget capacity and salary and benefits, while slowing discretionary expenditure growth and prioritizing your board's existing priorities. We'll maximize alternate funding sources and continue our stabilization strategies while reviewing service levels and, if appropriate, deferring or suspending non-mandated cost increases. And we will deploy the prudent use of reserves as we move forward in developing strategies. The activities across the county are underway for our annual 5-year forecast as we prepare for budget development. Yes, it's already that time, heading into the spring. Our next economic update to your board in December will include an update on reserves as we present the county's final financial statements, so we'll look forward to that as well. At that time, of course, we'll keep your board informed of these as well as other financial risks as a part of those updates and future updates. Subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment, and then we're going to go ahead and go to our comments.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 neutral e-comment. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 25 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individual in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Crystal Irving, followed by the individual in opposition, Brian Rumbaugh. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Thank you.
Thank you. My notes say good morning, but good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Vice Chair Lawson Reamer and supervisors. My name is Crystal Irving, and I'm proud to serve as president of SEIU Local 221, representing over 10,000 county employees that are impacted by this vote. And today I'm speaking in favor of item 25. And I want to point out something that we noticed in this item. It describes the unpaid pension fund as a liability. And while I understand that's an accounting term, I just want to make sure that everyone remembers that supporting retirement security is better described as a responsibility, not as a liability. A defined benefit pension is a promise made to our employees for the work they do every day and their dedication to provide great public service. So keeping SD Sarah whole is a promise kept. And a healthy pension and a healthy county culture are key steps in addressing this issue of recruitment and retention. I also want to note that this action was dictated by the board policy, I believe it was B65, that was passed in 2017. And this board should have the option when there is a $31 million in unanticipated revenues to best assess how it should be spent on a case-by-case basis. So we want you to vote yes today, and we also believe that this is a policy that should be reevaluated and reassessed in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, last time for the day, still Bryant Rumbaugh. So, I was looking at your little item here, and, I do like the fact that you're trying to more or less you're over installing into that account to try to reduce your liabilities. What I can say is that I understand I'm in a room full of public employees, county employees, less the purple shirted union members or presidents, management. Ultimately, what I will say is this, is when we as a society, when we make all of these obligations, okay, in this sector, you guys are going to fulfill them, okay? I would assume. I'm sure you're going to vote yes. In the private sector, what's gone on is the large corporations have pretty much ixnayed all their pensions, okay? It's happened to numerous people in my family. They even gave, the 401k. There was a joke. What starts with an F ends with a K and stands for screw your employees. It's the 401k because, you're investing in everything. Everything is a casino at this point in society. Okay, I can talk to you about CalPERS. I understand this isn't the agenda item, ma'am, but I've heard stories by a very successful contractor talking about a project that they were literally trying to double their money on, and it ended up not happening for them. Like I said, everything is kind of a casino. When this country, when we had this opportunity to live under freedom, we really needed to be financially responsible. We weren't interested in having big daddy government. We weren't interested in having, really a caretaker. We had to be responsible for ourselves and each other, be our brother's keeper. So, I understand you're going to vote yes. I understand all of this. It is great that you're trying to let's just say lower it. But when you take into inflation and all this good stuff, I mean, you're never going to catch up. It's a huge liability. Those numbers I was looking at, it's a lot of money.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul the Bold. Excuse me. On this excess contribution to reduce some accrued liability, maybe you should keep a bit in the general fund for the next item, FP01, because from what I've seen and heard, the 6% plus inflation rate the budget people assumed is way excessive. I don't know if they revise their stuff, but the report I got I think at the beginning of this month is so far the economy is proving resilient in the face of interest rate pressure. Inflation as measured by the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, dropped from a high of 9.1% in June 2022 to 3.2% in July 2023, a far cry from 6%. GDP growth was a solid 2.1% in the second quarter of this year, and the August unemployment rate was 3.8%, or 50-year low. So I don't know what justifies 6%. Item 23, for instance, was an assessment, a report that is, but there's no money in that. That's why the speakers in favor talked about the whole problem. They get more money, money, money. Let's not exaggerate the interest cost here as well. So all of the money should not be transferred to a special fund. Then, if needed, you can adjust the accounts at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Lippett. I wanted to address the ongoing challenge of local governments to fund their pension liabilities. Public employees should not be promised a guaranteed rate of return on their pension. It defies common sense to assume that public pension investments would be guaranteed a specific rate of return. Taxpayers are not guaranteed such a rate, especially those who work for private industry. And taxpayers should not be on the hook whenever pension investments fail to achieve a specified guaranteed rate. Taxpayers would be surprised to learn that many of our public servants are not only now able to retire earlier than private industry workers, but they retire at sometimes 50 to 80% of their maximum salaries. And increasingly often, these lifetime pensions can now exceed 100% of their maximum salaries. That's a system that is being gamed, and it needs to be fixed in fairness to taxpayers. Retirements were supposed to be recognized as the time when your children have grown and your obligations for financially supporting them are fewer, not more. And public employees also enjoy cost of living increases for their pensions. That's not fair. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
So true. This is all a bunch of propaganda. It's like you guys, make promises that you can't keep, and in order so that you don't have liability, you're going to take the people's money so that you can, make sure that you're in the clear. And, it's like as the previous speakers have said, the people that are having to pay this aren't even able to access those kinds of things. Like many of the times, you want all these people to come and work in the county and destroy the county and then have the people's lives whose lives are being destroyed pay for them to do it and pay for them to have all of these perks, like time off and, all these extra days of holidays and, child care, all the things that, everyday people that are providing the funds for this don't have and are desperately in need of. And so it's just very sad that we can continue down this path of just like deception and lying and psychological warfare with the people, and it's like, of course this is your favorite one, Nora. Why wouldn't it be? Your pension's in that too, right? Oh, weird, but as long as you guys got, your asses covered, who cares who you screw in the process? You just want everybody to bend over and take it and, just no complaining about it because you better just sit down and shut up or we're going to, either beat the crap out of you or silence you or something. You need to give us this money. We deserve this. We've been destroying everything. We've been doing exactly as our handlers have said. And so therefore we deserve to have all of these extra perks from the people who are our peasants. And they just need to work so hard so that I can retire early and have all of these special things. I don't care what they have. They don't deserve it. We deserve it more because it's only equitable if you give it to us and not the other people, okay? It's very sad. You guys are destroying things every moment that you speak and are up there. And you're taking the people who, work so hard and you're just...
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Truth. Ebony, there's not going to be a federal shutdown ever. Please don't bring that nonsense to Sandag in the future. Allow me to translate. Committing general fund balance for retirement costs. Instead of people either keeping their own money or maybe investing in new infrastructure, each taxpayer in the county is paying for the county employees to retire at a premium, and that's over $31.1 million lost. They don't seem to understand government's not supposed to be a six-figure career that people retire in and never leave. And question, if everyone approving this is a county employee, isn't that kind of a conflict of interest? But I think I know how we can save the county some money on this item. Fire people like greedy Luke Bergman. Everyone should know that Bergman ran away back to the county ranch, his description, so he wouldn't have to hear me counter his Bergman bull crap. My solution of firing to pay for this item makes perfect sense because the craziest and most criminal people are the ones who most often work in government, and it's time for that to stop. So I think we should keep firing the top brass county employees until we've covered at least the $31 million expenses in this item. You know, Joel could go too. He can't be bothered to pay attention to the meeting anyway. And with his complete lack of ethics, he could easily go back to leeching off the state as a senator. We also don't need Monica's future anti-science extremist propaganda. These solutions I've offered are the only way to truly maintain fiscal stability and ensure long-term solvency. We will also ensure equity, sustainability, diversity, inclusion, and all the other fun, meaningless buzzwords. But most importantly, it would secure sanity, liberty, and veracity, which are all missing in these meetings. But the county's committed, like Bergman said, and they should be committed because they are the crisis. That's something we continue to witness every meeting. It's very unfortunate, but it is the reality. And so, no, people do not deserve rape, colas.
Thank you.
No.
Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Well, thank you so much. I'm happy to make a motion to support, and I also want to say that I appreciate all the thoughtfulness and the work that's going into this process because these are pensions that our workers have fought so hard for, and it's their resources. So we want to make sure that they're there when they're ready to retire. Having served on SD Sarah, I appreciate the work that they do and how thorough they are with long-term strategy in terms of ensuring that they're looking at this as, you know, they look at themselves as they are institutional investors, but long-term institutional investors. I also appreciate that we're being very prudent in understanding the risks and some of the recommendations for the mitigation strategy. I do think that it's important, you know, we're going to get a forecast in December, you know, as you mentioned, but I think it's, as we're moving forward, really thinking about where we are with numbers in terms of the ever-changing workforce and what that looks like. I know that the reflection of those numbers was related to that. And then in addition to that, I appreciate that there's a plan and a commitment in place to be able to reach, you know, to take us to the 80% as needed. So I am grateful for this work, and thank you, Ebony, for always staying on track of us and updating us as well. And with that, like I said, I'm happy to make a motion. A motion and a second, and then Vice Chair Lawson-Weaver.
I just wanted to note, and this is, I think, for Ebony, I'm hopeful we're going to be seeing improvements around inflation next year. So I know that you listed that as a risk, but, you know, just looking at where we're at today with the inflation benchmarks, we've come down by nearly 75%. So I'm feeling pretty hopeful around the inflation projections. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, I should vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right. The next item is our committee reports, board committee reports. I just want to take a minute to just kind of update everyone and to thank not only my colleagues who are in elected office, both mayors and council members from across the county, was able to convene the 18 cities as a response to our homelessness is a public health care crisis item. And so I was really hopeful that we were able to not only bring everybody together to really address, you know, this epidemic that is in front of us and talk about ideas about how we prioritize housing for our seniors and veterans and how we invest in emergency housing solutions and working closely with Governor's office to increase behavioral health support. My favorite part of this whole convening that it was completely bipartisan. Everybody had recommendations and ideas, and so there will be a white paper that comes out of this, and we'll be sharing it with folks with additional meetings so that we can continue to advocate together as a region to bring down additional dollars from federal, state, and then also to address some of these issues, and that it's not only a partnership between the city of San Diego and the county of San Diego, but the county of San Diego and all the other 17 cities that are part of the solution to ending homelessness in our communities. And so I just wanted to report that to all of you because I thought it was a really, really important meeting, and it was a historical one, first of its kind. Any other comments from my colleagues on any reports that any of you may have?
No, I gave my report on the spent nuclear fuel. That was item 1, so thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. Right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to please do non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, all individuals by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll give those individuals just a moment to dial into the conference line. Again, these are for individuals that have requested to speak on matters not listed on the agenda by phone. Go ahead and start with our first caller.
Well, I didn't even get to push the button. Yeah, so it's just really sad that we're just in a place where all these people that are supposed to be doing things to better the lives of people are continuing to lie to people on an astronomical level. I mean, we just had 9/11, and the sad thing is that in order to really, honor those people, we need to be honoring the truth and talking about how they really died, and that it was the government that did that to their own people. It was our own government who did the attacks of 9/11 and then, used the military then to go to wars that were all under false pretenses. And so we lost even more people. And, they're fighting because they believe in what they're being told. And as, the years go on, and it's been 22 years, the lie continues to be perpetuated instead of reality, which you'd think that the people would want to accept and understand. I mean, you don't want to accept it, but understand that the government did that to you, because then you can open up your eyes to see that when we talk about all the things that they're doing, even like trying to stop childhood cancer, but you're sitting there and you're giving them shots that are killing them and have been from, day one, and you're giving them things in the hospital that they don't even need. So from the time they're born and even before, you're injecting them and putting things into their bloodstream that are deadly. And then also we talk about, it's like, how can you say that you want to protect children, but then condone them being ripped apart limb by limb? So, people need to open up their eyes to see that what is going on is actually a massive lie. And you need to let your reality shatter so that you can uncover the truth and see what they're doing to you, and that it isn't to better your lives, that everything that they're doing is all about money and continuing the problems and always creating an issue so that they can pretend to solve it. But they never will. It's always going to continue until the people stand up and say enough is enough. I'm not going to let you lie to me.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for letting me speak. This is Kathleen Lippett. The county's motto is the noblest motive is the public good. I would respectfully like to remind the county that invoking such a motto should come with it responsibilities, including protecting the public's health, safety, and quality of life. But the county's unholy support, allegiance, and prioritization of industries of addiction like marijuana are antithetical to those responsibilities and objectives. All attempts to control and regulate the marijuana industry have failed to rein in its predatory nature. There was a time when the harms of the industry's products might have been called unintended consequences, having been probably outweighed by good intentions and misplaced compassion. That can no longer be said. The the county is supplanting prevention priorities with harm reduction strategies is one of the policies that is causing a lot of problems and resulting in more harms. Harm reduction policies is one of the other flaws that that treatment does work, and we do not have to accept drug use. We do not have to be obligated with only harm reduction strategies that are costly and relatively ineffective compared to prevention. Long-term compelled treatment has a far better rate of success. Drug courts have done this very successfully. All offenders at one time used to go through a 2-day at least evaluation, and half were compelled to go to treatment for a minimum of 6 weeks. If they didn't comply, they were sent to jail. There was a carrot and stick. And
we'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Raff, and I recently attended my county planning group and was very concerned with the discussion regarding the potential increase in pot shops and the deceitful message this will send to young people regarding the harms of marijuana. With September being Suicide Prevention Month, it's crucial the county recognize and then share the message that products containing THC do have harmful consequences and are detrimental to the developing brain. Statistics from our own San Diego County medical examiner support this notion when stating that 39% of completed suicides under the age of 25 tested positive for THC. Why are these warnings not included on the county website under cannabis businesses? Why are they not posted on billboards across our county? And why are schools not required to share this information with students, especially during September as they talk about suicide prevention? Perhaps this information could be included in your newsletters that are emailed to constituents. Dr. Kevin Sabet, former White House drug policy advisor to President Obama, Bush, and Clinton, stated, the DEA and FDA have held long-standing opinions that marijuana is a dangerous, psychoactive drug. If anything, the science has become more damning against marijuana in recent years. Major medical associations and surgeons general agree marijuana is addictive and harmful. Study after study of users of today's high-potency THC drugs demonstrate damaging mental health impacts, including psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, and IQ loss. Please consider the role the county is playing enabling more marijuana businesses and increasing marijuana use with these devastating mental health impacts we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon. Before the board recesses into closed session, I'd like to invite the 3 individuals that requested to speak on closed session matters to dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. Again, we have 3 individuals that requested to speak on closed session matters. We'll just give them a moment to dial into the conference line. We'll begin with our first caller.
Truth. Case A is Daryl Dunsmore versus the County of San Diego. What I found interesting is that in 2021, Daryl had a case against the county jail and the county's Office of Assigned Counsel, including William Traynor, Michael Garcia, and Jackie Braden. In 2020, Daryl also had a lawsuit against Attorney General Michael Garcia, Gavin Newscomb, William Gore, Kevin Faulkner, and Javier Becerra. This particular case is Daryl Dunsmore, Ernest Archuleta, Anthony Edwards, Rihanna Levy, Josue Lopez, Christopher Nelson, Christopher Norwood, and Laura Zorner against the Sheriff's Department, Correctional Healthcare Partners, Inc., Tri-City Medical Center, Liberty Healthcare, Inc., Mid-America Health, Inc., the Probation Department, and Logan Hack, MD. Those individuals are all people who've been or are currently incarcerated in county jail. They allege extraordinarily dangerous and deadly conditions of healthcare at the county jails, also alleging systemic failures to provide accommodations to people with disabilities, including the elevator at the central jail being in a perpetual state of disrepair. Considering that I've read county case after case after case detailing all kinds of horrible negligence going on inside the county jails, it wouldn't be even remotely a surprise at this point if the allegations are true. But I'm also suspicious of multiple lawsuits. And case B is about finally dumping Helen and picking a new CAO. But no news is good news. Oh, hold on. Well, so much for my clip. I kind of messed that up. Give me a second. We'll take time to do it. It'll be worth it, I think.
Tonight at 11.
Doom! There you go. And that's because things usually get worse, not better. However, I'm kind of looking forward to Master Monica making her way down to the county circus. It could be more fun drama. She likes to deny science, from what I hear. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, because it is way past time to eat. Aren't you guys hungry? Come on. We've got to end this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Yeah, it's just quite interesting, all the things that are going on, which are totally illegal, that you guys continue to engage in. And, you know, then you're going to, anytime somebody comes to, like, do something against you or to fight you guys on what you're doing or anything in the county, you use the people's money for it. So, you know, they'd have to spend money to go and find an attorney to then come again, and then you guys are going to spend their money that we've all put in to, you know, fight it. So, you know, a lot of times, you know, nothing really gets done unless you are afraid of liability, and for some reason then you got to pay somebody out, and that money always comes from the people as well. So it's always the people's money that you're using to go against the people to pay people to, you know, save your asses. All while you're engaging in treason. So, I mean, you guys need to shape up or you're going to get shipped out, because this is ridiculous that we continue to be silent, for you guys to continue to destroy the county, to engage in treasonous acts with, you know, entities that don't want the best for our nation, like the United Nations and, you know, the World Economic Forum and China and all of this, right? So, you know, quit doing that and quit, you know, wasting the people's money. Because they work really hard for it, and you guys sit here and you want to cover, you know, your pensions. All of these people are just like totally suffering to even put food on their table for their kids, or, you know, find them a good education, or have them not be indoctrinated. Yeah, it's just, it's very sad. I don't know how you guys can look at yourselves in the mirror and actually think that you're like doing really good things and things that are benefiting people, when the proof is in the pudding, and you can see that everything you do, you know, turns to ash. And it's just like saying, you know, he'll wrap you up a beautiful package, and then when you take it, it's really nothing. It's a bunch of nonsense and emptiness. And so, you know, I just encourage you to actually turn to our Heavenly Father.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request to speak on closed session matters.
Thank you. We will now proceed to closed session, and the session is adjourned.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 26 on today's regular agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out during the planning and land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, September 13th, 2023.